Welcome back to Impact Week. We could not be more excited about today's events. This is day 4 of a week packed full of events put on by the community for the community. Today we have everything from meets and greets to sports to even a concert here in the planetarium at Challenger Center. So if you get a chance, come on down and be a part of this incredible week. With that, I'll bring Veronica up to introduce our next panel.
So to kick off our first panel today, we have Jason Hendricks, Ashley Fontes, and Chris Petley speaking on Tallahassee and the local sports landscape. This will also be moderated by Noah Coulter. Thank you guys for your time.
Hello, everyone. My name is Noah Coulter. I'm an MBA student at Florida State University. Whether you're returning or attending Impact Week for the first time, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to our sports panel, whether in person or online. The Tallahassee sports scene is growing quicker than ever. Through this discussion, we'll take a look outside the brick walls of Campbell Stadium and into the grassroots movements of our local sports scene. Unbeknownst to most locals, Tallahassee sports covers more than just the collegiate sphere. Aside from athletics at FSU, FAMU, and TCC, Tallahassee is home to numerous sporting events you may not have known. For the NCAA, NJCAA, FHSAA, and amateur leagues, Tallahassee is their host for various regional and national championship series events. I'm sure both of our panelists have actually participated in some of them. According to Leon County's Division of Tourism, for their report for 2022, our local sports industry brings in hundreds of millions of dollars over the course of each fiscal year. Believe it or not, pro football is also set to return to the capital as well, as the Arena Football League has been selected. Tallahassee is one of their cities to take part in their relaunch set for 2024. So with all that being said, keep in mind where you could fit into the formula. As we begin our discussion, think about where you can contribute. What areas of the industry need support, what can change the landscape, and what's missing in Leon County. Let's leverage our unique strengths and expansive network to contribute to our local industry. And now for our speakers. And just bear with me because they have amazing resumes, so it might take a minute. Jason Hendricks, to my far right, is a digital marketing specialist at James Moore & Co. Jason has almost 15 years of experience in collegiate athletics, higher education, nonprofit, and government sectors, focusing on communications and marketing. Since November of 2020, he has been a key member of the firm's higher education and collegiate athletics services team and is considered a noted thought leader and award-winning industry expert in the media relations and athletics communication industries. In April 2023, just this year, Jason joined the marketing team. From April 2020 to June 2023, Jason served on the advisory board for the Tallahassee Sports Council. Before James Moore, Jason was the Director of Communications and an executive team member at the Florida Sports Foundation for 3 years. Additionally, Jason has served as an event manager for the Sunshine State Games and Florida Senior Games and helped oversee the media relationships with Major League Baseball and the Florida Grapefruit League. Now that's impressive. Jason has held senior leadership positions at various institutions, including DePaul University, Clay Treasure Coast Sports Commission, Tallahassee Community College, George Gwinnett College, the Continental Athletic Conference, formerly the Association of Independent Institutions, Thomas University, West Virginia University, St. Paul's School, and Chick-fil-A. In 2018, he was named the 2018 Outstanding Recent Alumni by Georgia College, and in 2019, he received the FSU Alumni Association's Notable Knoll recognition for distinguished alumni under the ages of 35. In 2020, Jason was awarded the Tallahassee Network of Young Professionals Golden Ace 20 Under 40 Award. To wrap it all up, Jason graduated from Georgia College and State University in 2009 with a BBA in Management Information Systems and from Florida State University in 2011 with his MS in Sport Management degree. He was a student athlete at GCSU, competing in cross country and track, and served as the founder, creator, and first ever Thunder, the Bobcat mascot for GCSU in 2007. Jason is married to Rosalind Hendricks, a middle school math teacher at McClay School, and they have 2 children, Micah and Addie, residing in Tallahassee, Florida. Let's give a round of applause for Jason. Jason, what made you want to come here and participate on this panel?
Since 2018, we made a commitment to the city of Tallahassee, my wife, my family, to not just raise our children, but also to have an impact outside of our career base. Today is especially important here, especially being in a sports background and sports media areas for the last 15 years of my life. The last 3 years has especially been impactful, knowing that we've had the opportunity to have hands-on impact, not just local student athletes, coaches, and associations, but how we can bring previous relationships from outside the city of Tallahassee to influence events to come here and help it grow.
Yeah, and I think for the audience members and those listening online, you'll definitely start to realize as we develop these conversations that this network is far more expansive than just the local area. So hopefully through our conversations, we'll bring that out. Now for our second panelist, Ashley Fontes, the founder and CEO of the TLH Reckoning Soccer Club. Ashley, a proud FSU women's soccer alum, is an award-winning female minority executive, advocate, architect, and ally in women's soccer. Ashley has a proven track record of success and a strong commitment to making a positive impact on the sport in the United States and abroad. Spanning from youth to professional, Ashley has a strong history of constructing new organizations and renovating existing ones. In 2012, Ashley was the first female of color to be first in charge of a professional sports franchise in the United States when she was hired to be the COO for the Washington Spirit of the NWSL. For the past 24 years, Ashley has run her very own boutique consulting agency, eCal management, servicing major clients in areas such as branding, marketing, human resource management, governance, and engagement. Ashley's clientele constitutes ASG Warner Soccer Club, ATA Football, Metro United, and the Girls Academy. These are really big organizations that Ashley's consulting for. In 2018, Ashley was elected to serve as the president of the United States Coaches Organization, which is the largest coaches association in the world. Again, she was the first female of color to do so, which is pretty amazing. Ashley is currently finishing her 6-year term this January 2024, in which she served as president in 2022. Having fulfilled the roles of a leader, educator, and teammate, Ashley continually strives to elevate women's soccer in multiple facets. Ashley has a tenacity to unite all stakeholders with a mission to unify and advance the women's game, to create a virtuous cycle of reinvestment to instill integrity and legitimacy with a player-centric, humanistic approach. This inclusive and dynamic leadership style, drawn from the labors as an elite athlete and decades at all levels of the sporting industry, is what defines her unique brand as a sports professional. Let's give a round of applause for Ashley Fontes. Now, Ashley, what made you want to come speak at this panel?
Well, I appreciate the invite, and let me say, you never get used to being read about. It's so bizarre. I'm like, who is that? I'm like, that's pretty cool. But you all reached out. It seemed like a phenomenal event to get together and be at. Obviously, we're in a position where we're trying to spread the word and really get connected with the community.
Yeah, of course, and definitely making that effort is very apparent. So thank you both for being on this panel. I want to get our discussion started with Ashley. So what made you decide to fully commit to creating a franchise from scratch? I mean, we talk about, dreams, and I'm in sport management classes, and kids are all, I want to be a GM, I want to be an agent. No one ever stands up and says, I want to create a sporting franchise. I think it's really amazing. It's super exciting. So tell us a little bit about yourself and how you came to that.
Sure, I appreciate that. So I think I'm one of those unique individuals that enjoys living in a state of chaos and insanity. So I tend to go for new ventures, and I really enjoy it. But in all honesty, it's because of the players. So I've been here for 7 years. This is for the second time. I had a stint as an undergrad and playing at Florida State. But watching the youth players go through what the system is here, and at the same time understanding how we are progressing as girls and women in soccer across the country and across the world, it was a little disheartening at times to see that players have these dreams and they're chasing them 4 hours away, 2.5 hours away, and we haven't really been able to keep up with the support and development that they need. So it's absolutely player driven. I had this great idea. I'm like, hey, look, Tallahassee's home. how can I make an impact? Nobody wants to move. My kids love it. My husband loves it. I love it. It's different. It's good. It's a good change of pace. But how do we get back and make it better? So diving into trying to research, well, how do we fill the voids that we currently have, and what systems and processes are available out there for us? I started to utilize my network and say, okay, well, Tallahassee Reckoning, this is what we're doing. We're going to create the full pathway and service our girls and put them first. Hopefully we develop a model that is replicable, and other areas like Tallahassee will be able to take advantage too.
Yeah, as you all can probably tell, super commendable. I mean, definitely an advocate for the players in all aspects. I want to ask both of you, being collegiate athletes, having had that experience, what difference does that make in your professional journey now that you're past collegiate sports?
The first and foremost thing is I want to go back to something Ashley even said. Athlete experiences is probably one of the biggest things that we're challenged with today in the world of sports as a whole. When I was a student athlete, we did not have the shiny bells and whistles, especially the facilities that they now have here. For example, here at Florida State, we had cross country and track's a different beast. When you're running, you can always run anywhere, anytime, any day. But the biggest thing is that you have to notice is there's also techniques behind that. There's also what I want to call the rehab part of it. The fact that you're having to sleep well, eat well, do those type of things. For me, mental health has also been a big push in the industry right now, especially with student athletes having to juggle things. The introduction of name, image, and likeness, NIL legislation that allows athletes now to profit off of their image and their name has also added another curveball to it. Team dynamics is probably another one that is faced in this experience that I'm lucky that I didn't have to experience it, but at the same time, I now am as a professional getting to help those along the way coach it. But it's that notion of what do you have now? What have you done for me lately? What can I do? Oh, she has this. Well, I don't have that. Well, I can't. Well, I need to obtain that. And it's not necessarily a skill set, but it's for example, University of Colorado's got a wonderful setup there for NIL when it comes to student athletes having cars, luxury, jewelry, etc. While you may have an NAIA school in South Florida like Ave Maria, who's got a football program that's budding, brand new, doesn't really have the bells and whistles that a Division I powerhouse, $40 million industry has. So one of the biggest impacts that I would say from my experiences is making it about them, making it about their experience, that it's immediate in front of you at the point in time, and about what they need and how it can help them boost them to their next step. As professionals, as coaches, as fellow student athletes, one of the biggest things that we try to do for each other is empower each other. It's like that team mantra, together everyone achieves more. It's a real deal. That's the reason why they call them teams. I would hate to know that if a teammate beside me is struggling with something in their private life, personal life, that I didn't have that opportunity to impact it, coach it, move it on, move it forward. So for me, giving them the resources, giving them that pat on the back, giving them that breadth of knowledge, giving them that extra step, that's the biggest piece that I carry with me now, kind of everywhere I go, because it wasn't just one person scoring for the entire team. It was 7 runners. 7 runners had to pass the finish line. You're only as strong as your number 7 is just as strong as your number 1. So for us, that was the biggest impact, I would say, not just in my professional career now, but in my private life. I try to make sure that I'm continuously pushing that needle for them the way that Ashley was speaking upon it earlier, just about that culture. It's the culture of moving forward, the culture of carrying forward, and opening doors of opportunity for other people.
Yeah, I mean, all of it has to do with impact. I would say the interesting thing when, at least I'm in the space discussing sports and professionalism, is that the themes that you carry throughout your career in sports translate to the professional environment. You heard Jason talk about teamwork. You heard Jason talk about, 1 through 7, coaching and just building each other up is just, they're all great traits and facets of your professional environment that you need to help facilitate, help encourage, help grow, your industry, your network, your business, whatever it is. I just think it's really cool how it translates. So thanks for sharing that. Ashley, and I want you to...
One thing that I would like to add into that and think about, you just hit it. Your teammates, those other professionals right now that can potentially help build your future career. It's right now, I can go back and I can look at the roster from the college that I ran with and the athletes that I work with. Some of them now are professional athletes. Some of them now are business owners. They're my colleagues now. So the one piece of advice that I should have thrown out there from the beginning is you better make sure you're having good relationships with those people from the beginning, because that's where your network grows. It starts at that grassroots level, your teammates, your coaches, your personnel, your administration. And if you forget that one step, that team aspect has crumbled itself on down. So sorry, I just forgot to say that earlier. I should have said that.
All good, all good. Let's give a round of applause and welcoming our third panelist, Chris Petley, the Tallahassee Battle Lions. I'll just introduce Chris really quick. We're already engaging in our discussion surrounding sports in the local landscape. So let's see. So again, Chris Petley is the founder and president of the Tallahassee Soccer Club. Thank you again for joining us today. After graduating from the University of Florida in 2001, Chris Petley moved to Tallahassee to pursue a future in political science. So Chris worked in the political sector for about 7 years until pivoting his career down a different avenue. The same came sometime after working for the Boys and Girls Club. Chris would meet his wife and raise his 2 boys in Tallahassee, taking on a role with Leon County Schools in 2009, working as a communications coordinator in the office of the superintendent. Ever since then, he has held that position proudly, but Chris wanted to do even more to give back to the community that he calls home. In May of 2017, Chris Petley started a community-led minor league soccer team named the Tallahassee Soccer Club. 2 years later, they kicked off their inaugural season in the MPSL in front of over 600 fans. The game was played against the Savannah Clovers at the FSU IM Fields. That inaugural season, they would go on to win their conference along with touting the Coach of the Year, Goalkeeper, and MVP of the Year. That's a pretty good first year for just a beginning club. It's pretty amazing. Just this year in 2023, the Battle Lions now play at Gene Cox Stadium, and they average over 650 fans per game amongst a newly formed Gulf Coast Conference, including teams from Pensacola, New Orleans, Jacksonville, and Panama City, amongst others. This past year, TLH Soccer Club had their best season to date since their inception, making it all the way to the semifinals of their conference and finishing 3rd overall in that group. Chris and his team have come a long way from initiating what was once a dream and turning this dream into a reality for the Tallahassee sports community. So again, let's welcome Chris Petley.
Cool. Thank you very much. I apologize for being late. I have had the stream on my phone, so I've been up to speed on all of the conversations. And I too, like Ashley, it does feel weird when people are reading things about you, especially because folks like us are usually the people behind the scenes. And I think that's what's important, is that, you know, when you have a vision and you have a dream, it's all about what the end product is. And I heard Jason talking about his experiences, and I heard Ashley talking about it's about the players. And what I think the commonalities that you'll find is it's about the product. It's never about us. So this, for all 3 of us, I'm sure it's weird, but thank you for inviting me to be a part of this panel. I relish the opportunities to talk about Tallahassee Soccer Club, to talk about soccer and sports in general, but really about a story about going and chasing something and a vision and doing what it takes to put it out for the world to digest and to give you feedback and to continue to grow. And I look forward to participating.
Yeah. Thanks again for joining us. Three great people, 3 great connections. This network is, again, all expansive. It, reaches more than local, but we're going to get into more of this conversation. So where we kind of left off, Ashley, I was going to talk to you about your Division I experience and how that kind of plays into your role as a sports professional.
Sure. So, and thank you for repeating the question, because Jason's his answer was so good. I got lost in what he was saying. I'm like, this is great. Honestly, I think to add on to what he said, it's what I learned, and I still continue to learn from my experiences. When I go and reflect back, I'm like, okay, what can I pull from when I was playing? How did I get through this situation? There's a bit of resiliency you develop, or perseverance. It's, if you didn't achieve what you wanted to achieve, well, don't quit. Why quit? It's not set in stone. Just reflect, learn, and then go train. Go work a little harder. Go work smarter. Lean on your connections. Ask for help. How do you continue to develop? And that is carried out through my whole career. But I think one really important piece that resonates with me, especially with how we are a very elitist type society, is that everyone plays a role. Everyone's not going to be the star. It does not diminish 1 minute one amount of effort that you put into it. Just because you're not the star, you're not getting accolades. I was not an All-American. I was not the ultimate goal scorer. I was a center back. You could totally never remember me, right? But I played my part. I set the records, right? I was there for my team, and that's okay. That's the role that I took. And I think it's very important for especially athletes coming up now where it's like, oh, NIL stuff, or you're doing this or doing that. And then you sit back and you're like, I'm not worthy. I'm not good enough. You absolutely are, because you're part of a team. You're making a contribution. And just because you're not that star player, or if you're not the CEO, or if you're not this or that, whatever we're sensationalizing at the time, that should not diminish the time, effort, passion, everything that you're putting into it.
Really, a really powerful message. I mean, I kind of alluded to it earlier with Jason's response, but I mean, again, in classes, you always hear people want to be agents. They want to be super famous, super like amazing. I have this expansive network, and it's like, it's not like a humble yourself type of thing, but it's more like have more perspective. Everyone's important. Everyone plays their part, and you can get to that stage, but even if you don't, you're still important. You're still valuable to an organization, a team, 1 through 7. I'm probably going to keep saying it because I love that saying. Do you want to add something?
Yeah, one thing too that I think you're going to you hit on again. It seems like from an organization standpoint, we're scheduled. And when I mean scheduled, from the time that we wake up every single morning until the time we go to bed, there's something scheduled in a student athlete's life. Whether it's, getting up in the morning, making sure you're eating, making sure you're studying, making sure you're going to practice, you're in weights, you're in your academic times, you're in your rehab times, whatever you're doing, we are truly scheduled a lot more. And I think is the best thing about that for professionals is now in our professional life, man, that structure is completely different from the non-student athlete life. I love my wife to death, but my wife was not a student athlete. She didn't have that same exact experience that I did. And the one best thing that I can trigger about her is she's organized in a different way than I am. However, I'm organized in a completely different way than she is too. And that's what makes us the yin and the yang. But the best part about that is that now pushes into what we're doing all as professionals as a whole. And that network value, I think, is even more apparent when you're starting to put together your team or you're starting to lean on it. I mean, you have 2 soccer professionals sitting across right now who, whether they realize it or not, always have an impact on the other sports. For example, national championship for cross country. He's back here doing a community service event at one of our local middle schools up on the top of the hill for recreation. And I met him for the first time. It's one of those things where you look at it, though, and you're sitting here going, how did this organize? Who can I impact? What can help me? And if you don't know it, like she said, ask. Because there are professionals out there who I still don't know a lot of stuff right now. And if without these 2 or without you or Rich and the rest of the crew, I would have never known some of the things that I would know or make those impacts. So having that voice, like you said, is super, super huge.
Yeah, all great. Do you want to add too? I was just going to ask you.
Yeah, well, before that, I'm just going to kind of go off on a tangent because I think you touched on a couple of things. I think don't be afraid by numbers, right? Because everyone has a tribe, and I think your goal is to find your tribe, is to find your niche. And the numbers in Tallahassee, locally here, Leon, for soccer is not ginormous, but it doesn't stop either of us. But you also go and you participate, and that's how you meet other people in other sports. So whatever it is, whether you are impacting 10, 100, 1,000 people, as long as your goal again is the product is to impact people. If it's more than one, you're doing what you're supposed to do. And I think we're going to continue to keep themes going throughout this.
Yeah, for sure. I totally want to support that. As long as, you impact one person, that's all that matters. Because you don't know where that person may end up, their journey and whatnot. Chris, I wanted to ask you, because Ashley, she called herself insane for wanting to do this. You've been insane before. You still are insane. So how is it, what inspired the idea of Behind the Battle Lines? And what keeps you going now? Talk about your journey and all that.
Yeah, it's interesting. I had an hour-long conversation about that yesterday. The inception of this some 6 years ago was really I just read an article, and I've always been passionate about soccer. I played my whole entire life, had a bunch of knee injuries, was never a D1 athlete like these folks here. But I love the sport, chased it around the country, watching the national team. Read an article from the founder of Foursquare. This is kind of a technology week. So Dennis Crowley, the founder of Foursquare, started a team in Kingston, New York. And he basically laid it all out. And I started texting my friends, said, why not us? Why not here? And of the 10 people on my group chat, everyone was like, yeah, you're crazy. One person was like, let's go do it. And that became the motto. So we just kept going and building and waiting for a no. And the no never came. And as you said in the intro, we played our first game almost 2 years to the date from reading that article. So, the beginning was, can we do it? Then we did it and COVID came. So then it was like, okay, can we do it again? Because you lose the momentum. And we did it again. So now, to your point, it's like, what is the continued inspiration? And for me, I'll continue to say it. It's the relationships with the players. It's the relationships with the fans. It's the community that you build. And there's some weight to that. There's some pressure on your shoulders because I think, again, the numbers don't matter. But if there's 50 people that look forward to coming to a game on a Saturday night, I'll always have this memory. We were one of the first organizations, first events that took place once we were, air quotes, getting back to normal after COVID, right? So the world was coming back together. And it was. Locally here, we were probably the first major event. We had 1,000 people in the stands. And it was like this coming together where you saw people hugging each other like, oh, it's great to see you. And they were looking forward to seeing each other, but it was at an event that we created, right? If you build it, they will come. And I think I knew right then that it was about the community, that we had built something. So now it's like I said, it's a little bit of the weight and the pressure to continue to provide that avenue for people to enjoy their community, because I think that's what this is about. It's a unique opportunity through what Ashley's building, and we look forward to working closely next summer. It's just, wherever you live in a community, it's the events, things like this today. People are watching, people are here live. It's the events and the activities in your community that make a community. It's not just the pictures that, maybe some people try to market. It's actually experiencing it and going there and being a part of it. And for me, meeting the players, I've had some of these guys, they're kids for 4 years. I mean, a quarter of their lives, I watched them grow up, and they're getting married. Some of them are having kids of their own, and that's what's awesome to me. And then continuing to just build on that.
I also want to touch on the question kind of asked earlier. You said, you weren't a Division I college athlete. So how do you kind of come up into this space without, that prior experience? Whether it's, obviously it's not, it is the sporting experience, the career. And you said, you had a bunch of knee injuries. Like I'm a high school athlete, but I will never claim that, in a space like this. So talk about it for, most who want to break into this industry, that kind of background, and what you did leverage and ended up leading towards your success with the club.
Yeah. Again, for me, I love the sport. My wife now loves the sport. Two of my kids loves the sport. So I think you got to have a love of what you're doing. But that's not the end all. We have a board of directors. We have 9 people on our board of directors. 3 of them couldn't tell you what offsides are, right? But they love doing something for the community. I mean, maybe one of our board members worked for the Braves and worked for the Atlanta Hawks, right? So he loves sports, so he's all about it. Another one grew up here. He went to Bellevue, he went to Godby. So he's all about Tallahassee and just whatever he can do to, again, provide something unique for the community. So it's finding your own why. For me, it was just a combination of everything. I heard Ashley talk about she loves it here. She doesn't want to move anywhere else. That's the way I felt. So, what was missing in our landscape, and how could I impact that, being that I felt like I had a good network of local people here and we built it. So now it's how do we sustain it and keep it here for a long term.
Yeah, it's great. Again, I worked with Chris a little bit over last season, wrote some articles and
Full disclosure.
Yeah, full disclosure. But I mean, it was a great experience, and it's like just coming out and seeing that whole other aspect. It's like, again, we're here to talk about, outside of the walls of Doak, and that's all we hear generally. But there is so much here to tap into, to be a part of a bigger community. It's really amazing. So kind of shifting gears a little bit. Again, with 2 collegiate athletes and with one who's kind of, watching the journey of his own athletes, growing along with his club. I want to talk about NIL and basically how it's at the helm of collegiate football here, obviously. What direction each of you see NIL in the Tallahassee sports scene going and trending towards outside of the universities? And how do you think you would have approached it back in your playing days? So we could just start with Ashley and go down the line.
Probably not the right person to start with, but I'll try. I am still personally learning NIL. I think there's obviously tremendous opportunity specifically on the women's side, just similar to sponsorships, you get more bang for your buck. It's not as crowded of a marketplace. And we're in that women's movement and we've been there, right? For, I don't even know how long now, but if you look, great examples like Julie Ehrman with Angel City FC, they're now valued at $180 million, which is insane for a women's soccer franchise that is 2 years old. So I think for female athletes specifically, NIL space is huge. If it was around when I was playing, I would have tried to be the star, right? I would want to see return on the investment that I'm putting in, because when you are an athlete, a student athlete, you're literally, I mean, for me, I came across the country to play here. I knew nobody. I was giving everything. It was my life. It was my commitment. What did I get in return? I got a great education, lifelong memories, friends that'll be with me forever, experiences that molded me. But I'd like to make some money. I mean, especially because there's by the time I graduated, the professional league had folded. So I had no opportunity to play. So again, if athletes can come in and make money, great, because the universities are. So why shouldn't the athlete? Outside of those walls here, I'm very curious about how that works with like players that we have coming in. I've talked to several companies that are very interested in how do we capitalize on the NLA space with your local athletes, but then also the ones that come in to play with us for the summer. So those conversations are very interesting. What I want to be very, very careful with, again, I'm player-centered, I'm human-centered. We can't exploit people. Like, we just can't do that. We can't keep creating this virtuous cycle of you're only as good as the number of likes you have or number of followers you have or the amount of attention you get. That is not where your value lies. So I think as exciting as it is to make money, you have to go back to what are those core values and your moral, ethical values of we need to treat people like humans first and make sure they have strong intrinsic values so they can withstand anything.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you make a good team, a good unit. And obviously, double-edged sword is kind of the reputation that comes with NIL nowadays. So, Jason, I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
There's 3 points in my mind that I automatically think about. For those of you who have never seen it, you need to make sure you take the time to go see the movie Talladega Nights, The Ballad of Ricky Bobby. And the reason why I bring that up is automatically that's what NIL should be about, in my opinion, right now. And the reason why I'm going to go north and then come back south about this with 3 parts is there's a part of the movie where they show where Ricky Bobby's driving around in NASCAR. Literally, he's like a walking, talking ad. He has stickers from the top of his head all the way to his toes on the windshield of his car. He can see this much. I mean, not even probably 3 inches out, just as his side of line. And he literally had some type of sponsorship for everything. But then towards the end of the movie, it's like, fruit candy. Like, that's what he does. He has like the international, so he does that side too. So there is that aspect of, first and foremost, yes, I am all about athletes and students, not just even student athletes. I'm about any student capitalizing capitalistically on any opportunities. And that's the one thing that I'm curious for, first and foremost, and this is where part 2 kind of comes in, is my wife was the fire twirler at FSU for the Marching Chiefs. Do you understand the opportunities she could have had for like Chevron gas flames brought to you by Marching Chiefs? Like, there were those opportunities where you may not think about they're out there for you. And so we have 3 colleges right here in town, 2 universities and a junior college. We also have other smaller schools that are technical schools and stuff up the road. They may not have athletic departments, but they're still here. We are education hub. Tallahassee as a whole, it should not be segregated when it comes to the marketplace of what sports you play. I look at certain teams that have rosters of 120, all the way down to, cross country and track people. Well, cross country and track travels all over the country. They may not get the TV time, but guess what? They travel. They see the bags. They see where you're going. They can have an influence in every single city that they go to. Football has TV, basketball has TV, softball, baseball, etc. They have that TV time, volleyball incorporated there. And so you have that kind of brand restriction of what they're doing during the competition. However, because of social media, the way that it's run these days, you will have that second platform that we as student athletes had never had. Twitter came out my freshman year of college. Facebook that just come out too as well. Like it wasn't that we were using it the way that we are now. So part 3 to my answer here is more so, what do I see for the future and how it can be used? There should be a sponsorship opportunity for everything, whether it's from the time you wake up to the time you go to bed. And if you're smart enough and desirable enough to want to spend that time and have the entrepreneurial spirit and you want to do it, there should not be any holdback for you to have that growth point. I do understand the conflicting reasons of having certain sponsorships, whether we're a Nike school and an Adidas athlete type of a situation. But there are opportunities where even as in your local towns, it doesn't have to be just in Tallahassee. Say for you, flying all the way back across the country, holding the camp, doing a signing, doing something. People aren't just taking that time. They're thinking about, hey, where's my current audience at and where can I only capitalize then? I know there's a curveball with some international student athletes right now, and that's the part that I wish would slowly change in the future. But I do believe and I'm going to go back to the panel I had on Monday for anyone who tuned in or reached into that. I have a Robin Williams quote that I live by literally every single day of my life. It's when you see a need, you feel a need. And that's where I think our student athletes need to go. That's where our administration, coaches, et cetera, need to go, is when they see that need or that opportunity, they should fill it as best as they possibly can.
Yeah, Chris, I see your gears turning.
So I'm going to I ramble a lot. So I want to start with, I think it's wonderful, and you touched on it, because I think every person, and maybe folks in this audience, people watching, should learn how to brand yourself, right? You should protect your brand. You should understand what that means. That's going to help you, whether it's in the NIL space or getting a job or whatever it is. So I think that the process inherently builds that within you. I'll think the latest stats say really the average financial impact is probably like $250 per student when you break it all down. So yeah, there are maybe 0.05% of the college athletes that are putting their hands up on national TV with watches on it. But really the average person is getting some food from the local restaurant, right? Which is stuff that we know that is valuable. And I think it's going to continue to grow, and I'd like to see it go where Jason's talking about, but also keep what Ashley has in mind to make sure you don't lose your intrinsic value of self. But I do think there is some really good that doesn't get covered in this space. To switch hats for my day job at Leon County Schools, we have a tremendous partnership with Rising Spear and with some of the other collectives. And the amount of athletes that they send within our school district to volunteer, to participate, that is organized. And I think there are a lot of athletes throughout the country that are also partnering with nonprofits, and they're looking at it through that vision as well. And that highlights just the good in the process, right? And I think it's a symbiotic relationship, because as nonprofits, you struggle to get your word out, and you want to make sure that you're doing what you can to recruit, but then it allows the athletes to really, again, do it for themselves, help their community. And I'd like to see more of that. And I think that's a rising part of the space. And we're not going to open the door to Pandora's box to have conversation about NIL in high schools. But at some point, I think there's some interesting laws passed around the country that I was just talking about with some of our educational leaders. I said we're not going to open it, but I'll mention it, right? Where they allow high school seniors to participate in NIL as long as they stay at a state university. And I just wonder what would happen to the college athletics throughout the country if every Florida athlete stayed in Florida, and if that was a thing. I'll just end it there.
I'm going to throw the Pandora box. One of the things that the state above us right now in Georgia, they actually allow NIL opportunities for seniors in high school. But the biggest thing for that is it's not the recruiting wars at that point in time, in my opinion. It's not just the collectives, et cetera, that you're going after. you're pretty much, quote unquote, how they have that saying, a selling your soul to the devil type of thing. You're literally giving yourself away. There are kids who are out there right now at the age of 14 who are, quote, committed. I literally have a extended family member who was signed at the age of 14 by the University of Georgia, physically signed with them at the university, or verbally committed, whatever, all the way through. Then when they got to their junior year of college, all of a sudden, I want to thank Georgia for my opportunities, but I'm going to reopen my recruitment. You're killing yourself professionally, not just in the aspect of where you are currently. Yeah, the individual ended up going to Roll Tide, but at the end of the day, like that person who was involved, they just didn't slash their connections to community at the age of 14, 15, 16, but they put a sour taste for 17, 18, 19 when they're looking for transfer portal, when they're looking for buy-in, loyalty, commitment, brand awareness, etc. What if it would have been Coca-Cola, Chick-fil-A, huge brands for the University of Georgia? What would have happened if all of a sudden they would have had the NIL deal with Coca-Cola, Chick-fil-A, that type of thing, gung-ho going to the University of Georgia, and then they turned tail and now they're at the University of Alabama? That to me sets up what you were going back to, is the wherewithal of the mental, physical, and emotional health desirable, because unfortunately we're in a bully society, and I hate to say it that way, but we are in a bully society of the this is what I'm doing lately. Look at me on social. This is how I feel. You have to like me or I don't feel like I'm moving progressive and I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. So what if that whole centric base then turns back over to the adolescent age where they're impressionable? Extremely. They're not even an adulting consent age yet at some of these areas. And yet you're wanting them to sign certain deals that are impressionable for the rest of their life. That's where it starts to truly get to me. My wife as an educator and having 2 young children, I'm going, I don't know if I'm ready for that yet. And that's, I know that's not until further on down the line, but like I fear for that, knowing where I've been in the collegiate athletic space and professional sports, and kind of, it's a business. People don't realize at the end of the day, athletes, they don't care about you on that field. It's a business, and they do, but they don't. It is strictly a business. They will cut you, sign you, and throw you out the door in a heartbeat if you're not winning. So that's the part that to me is very fearful in that space of NIL. And the only other part too that I want to throw out there is sexualization has also been an issue in our society, where, I'm going to feel sorry for being a male. I hate being a male when I'm bringing this up, but the simple fact of having a female athlete out there endorsing a product, and 90% of the culture of social media that's liking, following, reposting, commenting, degrading, sexually innuendo, whatever you want to say, their comments that they're leading, that's not the place and time. It's not desirable. It's not wanted. So that's the other piece of it that truly drives me insane. Watching some of the gymnastic athletes in LSU dealing with some of what they're dealing with, the twins who play basketball at the University of Miami who just transferred to TCU, and just some of the stuff that they've had to deal with mentally. I can't even fathom what it's like to be a female in this space, especially knowing how it's been sexualized too. So that's where I'm going with that thought process.
I did kind of, close to wrapping up the discussion, I did want to touch on probably the most important topic in sports and maybe society right now. And again, alluding to what Ashley, what you spoke about, you're fostering your players and helping them grow. We should, let's open the discussion to talk about mental health and the sports in our industry right now. Obviously in collegiate athletics, you just alluded to, really unfortunate scenarios. And I hate to wrap up on a bad note. So maybe let's turn it into something like, how can we be advocates for mental health for not just athletes, student athletes, amateurs, but for also sports professionals, because it is hard. You shouldn't give up. You should keep trying, and breaking into this industry is very tough. So what would you say? What would be your advice? Kind of a loaded, very important question, but.
Okay, I'll start. So let me take it from a coach-player perspective first. I think as coaches, we have responsibility to maintain that a good relationship and guidance for our players. It's not about winning. You are working with a player that has one life to live and one time to live that experience. So you're in a very impactful role. There are support resources out there everywhere now for coaches on how to be a good mentor for those players, to make sure you're focusing their attention on the right things. So again, if you're not the star, it's okay, you're playing a part. Then those resources also help provide the coaches to know when you need to help them, the players, get different kind of clinical help. But those resources are there, so you have to be very proactive with it. From a professional standpoint, look, your job is not you. It's that simple. Even when you're a player, like your sport is not you. You have to be able to separate your identity from what you're doing. For me, it's always been being able to know that I'm living this one life. Let me live it how I want to live it. And when I do something like this crazy endeavor I'm going on, it's to serve a higher purpose, and it's not for me. And I think that is very calming at times when it's the most challenging, right? It's knowing that, hey, I still have this higher purpose that I'm serving. I'm driven personally by my own faith. I have an incredible family at home. What I'm doing is fun and I enjoy it, and it's helping people live a better life. So making sure you separate those two, I think is super important.
I would say the two, I'm going to two aspects like you two. For me, it's the knowing what I call the door rule. There's a door rule in my family where when we come through that door, we leave everything that did not come into the house outside that door. And for us, from a mental aspect of communication and outreach, we have a bubble of influence for a reason. You have what's called your inner circle and your outer circle. I keep my inner circle tight. And that inner circle are the people that I know that I can go to any day, anytime, and anywhere, and they will literally tell me the way it needs to be, how it needs to be, where it needs to be, without judgment, in a safe, free environment where I know I can speak to those people. So my challenge that I throw out to anyone watching and in the audience today is make sure you find your bubble of influence, or what you call your circle. If you can start there, that's huge. The second piece when it comes to just overall outward approach is more so we need to be an advocate for everybody, every time, every day, anywhere. If you need to open a door for somebody, open that door for somebody, because you never know. I mean, we all struggled. All of us struggled going to get to where we are today. I wish I would have had that moment to take 14-year-old, 18-year-old, 21-year-old, 40-year-old Jason and go, hey, this is what you need to do. And sometimes listening to that outside experience can help that mental. And sometimes being able just to ask. Asking for that help is probably the first step. And that's where I think it needs to go.
So for the past 3 years, we're talking about the team specifically and dealing with our players. We've had a wonderful relationship with FSU Sports Psychology Department. So it's a crucial part of our entire program, where we have sports psychologists that have been on the field with us for the past 3 years, providing every bit of training that we can. But I think it also goes back to a little bit about what both of you are saying from a coach standpoint, from really like a maternalistic approach, because from our standpoint, we're dealing with college age kids and high school age kids, and you treat them like family. And I think if you've done your job putting together a diverse group of individuals to form a team, then that's going to reflect society as a whole, and you're going to deal with every issue that you see. And your job is to create a safe space. It's to create the relationship and be supportive of all that can happen within that space. We've gone through as a team tragedies. Like I said, we've gone through transitions in lives. And if you've created an environment and a culture of people to know that they're supported and that they're cared for and that you have their best interests at heart, that's what we strive for. And again, I think that's what's important. It's culture, it's the environment, but then also knowing what I'm capable of and what our coaches are capable of and not capable of, which is why we lean on the professionals. And we have the relationship with FSU Sports Psychology, and we have other contacts in case there are additional support measures that we should take.
I mean, so many great resources, so much great advice. Very all-encompassing. I mean, y'all are a great panel. Yeah, I mean, we've spoken about everything from NIL to building franchises, to journeys and where you end up, and great professional advice. So let's give a round of applause to our panelists and thank them for attending and contributing. And now I want to open the floor to any questions the audience might have. And Rich will pass around the mic. Yeah, you can yell it out.
You might be familiar with Wrexham, Ryan Reynolds. So the population for that town, if I'm not mistaken, is only 136,000 people. 136,000. Small town. and it has historically like a heritage of a loyal fan base. Do you envision something like that?
I leaned over and I whispered. I said, "You're going to get me to mention ProRel, which stands for promotion and relegation." I think there are. I would love that, and I mentioned the word numbers a bunch of times here. I think our metropolitan population is 260,000 people, right? So, and you add in these other surrounding counties that are within, right? It's more than that. So I think we have more than enough of a population to support and sustain franchises. But I think it's a bigger issue when it comes to European football, right? And the system that they have. And I think Wrexham is played at the oldest facility in the world, right? Something in the 1800s. Gene Cox was built in 1961. So we were here 2018. So, there's a lot of different issues that go with that. And I'm not going to get into a whole promotion relegation conversation, but for those who aren't aware, in Europe, there's a completely unified system, and it goes all the way down to like the 12th or 13th level. And if you win that division, you move up and you move up and you move up and you move up. So there's always inherently something to root for. And there's always something of a community where they're all like, we're going up this year. We don't have that here, right? The watching the sausage get made, we're just lucky that our league exists from year to year. And we're Ashley and I know, we're in a geographical island, and we've got to drive 3 hours to get one game in, whereas there, 3 hours, they're going to play 47 teams. So there's a lot of issues, but I would love it. I mean, we bought advertising during Wrexham so people would know about us. So yeah.
The one thing to think about too, just to shift it dust from soccer, but you may not realize this, but Appalachia Regional Park, it is the World Cross Country Championships. One more time, not United States, but World Cross Country Championships are coming here in 2026. That's the same process that the soccer. Tallahassee has become known as the running town in America. They've hosted the NAI, the NJCAA, the NCAA. It's coming back. They're all coming back. NAI will be here next year. We have something special on that east side of town, just like they have something special on that west side of town, central town of town, technically. But that's the thing to think about too as well. It's not just his sport and her sport and our sport. It's our sport and our community that can have that potential to grow. So running, baseball, they're building all those brand new fields over there off of Centerville area. That's the next step. Look at what Panama City has over there with their baseball complexes. We're doing that same process here in Tallahassee. So you're going to get that cultural buy-in because people are starting to stay home.
And what Ashley and folks hopefully will build in the next 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, I would just say I do think it's possible. Especially, again, I'll promote the women's side, but especially on the women's side, if you look at United Soccer Leagues, they're building that system to be able to have promotion and relegation. Will it happen in the next year or two? Probably not, but these are conversations that are ongoing, and they are aligned with the international calendar, which is different that we haven't had in the U.S. for women's soccer yet. The other thing, we have mega events coming. So 2026, you'll see cultural shifts with soccer here. I mean, Messi gave us a boom with MLS, whatever. But I think, there's definitely massive opportunities for us to capitalize on, especially on the men's side leading into that here. Like, how do we get the programming in schools? How do we create the cultures here so the boys and the girls are outside playing and getting excited? So when 2026 comes, we're built in with the culture. 2026 World Cup for the men's side. And then 2027, we have a bid to host the Women's World Cup. So we have tremendous opportunities to be able to sell out Gene Cox Stadium. People think it's crazy. I don't think it's crazy. You look at Minnesota Aurora, you want case studies? Look at Minnesota Aurora. They're selling out 6,000-7,000 people. They raised $1 million for what we are doing this summer. Like, just multiple owners, merchandise sales, like everything off the chart. So absolutely possible, but it takes a full community effort.
We're just going to take one more question, then we're going to wrap it up. Go ahead.
My question kind of plays into the first one. I'm a local, so I grew up as a Tiger Shark fan. And then after the fan base and the engagement kind of fell with the Tiger Sharks, they started the Tallahassee Scorpions, which was a soccer league. It didn't last very long. And then shortly after, we had the Arena Football League, the Tallahassee Titans. That didn't last very long. So what do you think will be a key factor in keeping a fan base and keeping the engagement in localized sports? Because it has been very Doak-centric for years.
Right. Actually, I have been having conversations with people about that. Like when sorry, just to veer a little bit, when after a World Cup, they usually do these tours, right, with soccer teams. Well, they always go to these major cities. Well, we have a facility that can host 80,000 people. Like start growing the game by going to areas that normally don't get the game, right, and the best of it. So that's one piece. But I think, look, I've been involved in 4 startups. You get through the first 3 years and you should be in a sustainable area. But it takes those 3 years of grind. If you can survive the first, right? Let's be honest. Like you have to survive the first. Usually if you do a good enough job marketing, you'll get the excitement. People will be curious and they'll come out the first year. But if you don't provide the right game day experience or the right products not in the field, or if you're not doing what you say that you are going to do, then you've lost all trust in relationships and then nobody's going to come. So it's very, very important that you do it right. You do what you say you're going to do. You engage. Like, how do we get out to community events? How do we get your feedback? How do you tell us what you want? This is your club. I know, like just talking to Chris over the last years, and he said up here earlier, he didn't do it for himself. He did it for the community. So trying to make sure that message is really re-emphasized over and over again, that we are building this, one, me for the players, but two, it's your club as a community. It's not me to go showboat. Like I've had a good career. I'm happy with it. I think this is a need that needs to be filled. So your club, you have fun with it. We're trying to get fan groups. Like I will give you the resources. We have experts all across the world, all across the US that are buying into it. They want to help. We can bring it in to help support, but we have to build those relationships and do what we're going to say.
And just to, I know we're trying to wrap up. It looks like they're going to give us a hook over there. Our guiding principles has always been people, community, soccer. Like we've literally put soccer last in that conversation. And I think we're building these things, and it's not a knock on these other previous franchises, but I don't know how they began and how they set up, right? They obviously had amazing game day atmosphere. They were able to sell beer at their games, which is always a bonus. But, we're both starting with the community, right? And we're starting with having people have buy-in and ownership, and we hope that that's long-lasting, that they're invested in the sustainability of it. And that will continue to be us, people, community, then soccer.
Just one more round of applause for the panelists. And
thank you to you. You've been a great host.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, no problem. It's only my second time, but no, I mean, this is great. This just goes to show it's a testament to how, tight-knit our community is. And I just reached out, just like I haven't even met Ashley before, but I knew she was coming up here. She's involved in our Florida State community, and y'all have been great. Just anything's possible here. You just have to tap into your resources, your network, and yeah, this is great. I hope this was very informative. And yeah, I'm gonna give the floor to Jenna real quick, or not?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay, sorry guys. But thank you so much to everyone who's tuning in on the live stream. Thank you so much to all the panelists and to Noah for putting this on. It's been a wonderful talk. We actually have a little bit of extra time for the people who are here in person who came to listen. So if you all are open to it, do we have time for for a few more questions? If anyone has any more.
If you're cool with it.
Like to go to the other event and start it now, and the live stream will switch over.
are we gonna let people come in?
6 minutes over.
But are they done with the last thing where everybody is?
I'll go check.
To an empty room.
I don't either, but because you can't have a discussion. I'm a little jealous about that tripod with the orange.
You like the orange?
I do like the orange chromy stuff.
Yeah. So you should be able to just click through. I think it's the up and down, and you'll see all the notes at the bottom.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think we just have a live audience.
Pardon?
I think it's just a live audience. People on the live stream.
You're our
Oh,
live.
there's nobody coming in?
No, I don't see anybody coming in. There's a couple people answering questions.
Okay, do we know how many people are on the live audience? And they can't stream questions, can they?
Yeah.
Oh, they can? Okay, is somebody going to be monitoring it so you will tell us if there are questions? Okay.
Yeah. So you gotta take this off.
So we're talking to them.
We're gonna talk to you guys. You are our audience.
We are your audience.
Yes. We're preaching to the choir is what we're doing.
Yeah, really.
Go ahead. You are live.
We are live.
All right.
You going
Good
to click through?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do it. Good morning, and welcome to FIRST as a Solution to Workforce Development. This is Wendy Austin. She is the Regional Director for FIRST and FRC in North and Central Florida.
And this is Laura Leonard. She is a first senior mentor for FIRST, but she's also the Director of Tally Robotics here in Tallahassee. She does a lot.
And this season, FIRST is presenting their theme, First in Show. Basically every year, they have a theme that arches through all the levels of our program. This year, First in Show is highlighting STEAM. So you can see the titles of our different games, our Masterpiece, Center Stage, and Crescendo.
It's kind of how science and technology clash with the arts.
Exactly. So what is FIRST? Is this me or you?
It's you. That other one was me.
Sorry, I spoke over you. Yeah. So Wendy, why don't you tell us about Tallahassee
so
Regional?
FIRST in Tallahassee is represented by the Tallahassee Regional and Tally Robotics. There are some other school teams as well, but these two entities sort of are the overreaching entities. But FIRST is a global nonprofit that uses robots to get kids interested and excited about careers in science, technology, engineering, and math. We start at age 4 and go up to 18. And my favorite part, there's over $80 million worth of scholarships available through this program.
Yes.
Next is you, love. Oh yeah, you're going to fix this. So if we can make this work, because technology is hard, here is the beginning of the workforce pipeline. Maybe.
Told me what to do, and I can't.
It was embedded in the video, but when we got here, it was no longer embedded. So we're just working out our technical difficulties. Yeah, there we go.
This isn't a robot. It very well may have hydraulic arms, a drivetrain, and a circuit board, but this isn't a robot. This is a lesson in humility, hard work, and collaboration. This is a CrossFit workout for the muscle upstairs. This is an apple for the next generation of Newtons. It's a lot of things. But this isn't a robot. This is a roadmap that leads straight to engineering. This is a rock to shatter 1,000 glass ceilings. A rope to pull a generation up and out of poverty. A sledgehammer to break down cultural barriers. And a universal language spoken in every nation on earth. And because of that, this is a compass that can help point the way to peace. But please, don't think this is just a robot. This is Glastonbury for technology. This is mission control for the next moonshot. This is the Rosetta Stone to help translate the future. This is the sport that will help us win tomorrow. This is the software to program ourselves to cure cancer, build a clean engine, or step foot on Mars. But this isn't a robot. It's a machine to build the people who will change the world.
So as you can see, we start very young and we go all the way up to 18. And then, as we say in FIRST, there is no exit strategy. So many of our alumni continue on helping, volunteering, mentoring, sponsoring, all kinds of things. But one of the things that the reason we wanted to give this talk is that we go to a lot of conferences and things like this, and we are always hearing people lamenting about the lack of skilled workers. Not just engineers, but technicians and electricians and welders and all of those kinds of things. And every time they talk about the problems they're having with workforce development, Laura and I are like, we can fix that. We can fix it. We can fix it. So we're here to tell you how we can fix it.
Great. So rapidly changing technology is outpacing the capabilities of the workforce, leading to a shortage of qualified workers to fill those roles, including STEM skills gaps in both technical skills and more holistic 21st century skills, like critical thinking, problem solving. Wendy?
All the things that you need in your workforce. And I say on a regular basis that I'll put my high school seniors up against any college seniors that were not a first kid. And we have a pretty good record of getting students apprenticeships and internships. But I have this one story. I have a kid on one of our teams who's absolutely brilliant. And we were at a conference called Synapse. And he was talking to some people. Now, he's 14 at the time. He's talking to the people who run TerraSynth, which is a simulation company. And they let him play with their thing, and he broke their software in a way nobody had ever done before. And they all looked at him and said, "How did you do that?" And he said, "I did this, 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 and this." And he goes, "How old are you?" And he goes, 14. And he goes, "Is your mom here?" And he goes, "Yeah." So they went and found his mom because they wanted to hire him as an intern, but they had to ask her permission because he wasn't old enough to drive, and they had to make sure she could bring him. So Evan is 15 now. I know, crazy, right? And he is doing great, and he will have more work experience than a lot of people when they get out of college. You're next.
I'm next.
Oh, you did it. Okay, good.
Am I next? I don't know. Sorry about that.
You want to come over here?
The new world of work requires young people to enter the adulthood career ready with a strong foundation of knowledge, skills, and capabilities needed for work in the 21st century. And this is a sampling of the skills that students on FIRST teams are learning at an early age. And one thing that I particularly talk about a lot is how kids who are in Lego League, which starts very young, the youngest ones start at age 4, but generally the students who are starting at about first grade are starting to learn the engineering design process without knowing they're learning the engineering design process. They are learning that process of designing something and then iterating, so that as something doesn't work or as they figure out a better way to do something, they change that design, and then they can explain to judges why they changed it and how they changed it. And it's the same with their programming as well.
Yeah, it's very interesting if you're in a judging room, and we're talking mostly about Lego League Challenge, which is our 9 to 14-year-olds. And if you go into a judging room, they will blow your mind. One year, the game was all about the human body, and they have to do an innovation project along with doing a robot. So it is very skilled. And so they come into the judging room, they have to do a 30-minute judging session. 5 minutes of that is giving an innovation project and then answering questions from the judges at age 9 to 14. So it's like a little mini Shark Tank. And it doesn't have to be a realistic project or something that exists. We're trying to get the kids to think outside the box and just go crazy. So this team comes in, and I was judging, and their idea was that they were going to take a computer chip and put it in a gummy. And you eat the gummy, and the computer chip lodges in your pancreas, and that feeds all of your insulin information to your iPhone. And I was just kind of like, well, that sounds great. And so they could tell me how much it was going to cost and all this other stuff. And I said, well, how does the chip know to lodge in your pancreas? And this little boy goes, well, there's an enzyme in your body, XYZ, that only exists in your pancreas. So we're going to paint the chip with that enzyme. And then when you swallow it, the chip will feel at home in your pancreas. So it will stay there until it dissolves in about 30 days. And I kind of went, oh, okay, thanks. So these kids, if you give them the opportunity to just go insane, can come up with some fabulous things. Last year, we had a team that it was all about electrical, or all about power, energy. It was all about energy. It was all about energy. And so they wanted to do hydroelectric energy. And when they were talking to a professor down at UCF, they found out that the main issue with hydroelectric energy is that the casings and the motors get barnacles on them. And as they were talking, the professor said, well, you need to go talk to a marine biologist to find out about barnacles. So as they're talking, they find out that like whales and other mammals in the ocean get barnacles on it, but sharks do not. And the reason that sharks don't have it is the makeup of their skin and the way their fins, they're not really fins, but the makeup of their cells are. So their idea was to take that idea of shark skin and turn it into a polymer, coat the casings and the motors, and then those wouldn't get barnacles. And they could tell you how much energy it would save, how much longer the life of the thing was. I mean, it just, these kids will blow you away.
Right. And there are many teams who get patents for things that they come up with. They get to go to higher contests. We used to have global innovation awards. So, so this is what's starting at an early age, first, second, fourth grade.
Can you explain a little bit more about what those dots were?
Sure.
You had some open ones, blank ones. Obviously, that's kind of what you learned.
So the open ones are emerging skills. So when you're in pre-K to 8th grade, your software skills and your rapid prototype, they're emerging. They're not that great, especially the rapid prototyping. But by the time they get into middle school, they're learning how to program a 3D printer, come up with designs, and then 3D print it. Same thing down here with power systems and advanced fabrication. That is when you get into the high school and the bigger level.
Yes. Right. So our local teams, our Tech Challenge teams are doing some machine vision learning. They're starting to manufacture parts for their robot using things like 3D printers. But that higher level FRC team is, they're going to a machine shop and having things fabricated.
Or they're cutting themselves with laser printers, depending on how well funded their teams are.
And what's available. Yeah, for sure. For sure.
So just because we talk in acronyms sometimes and forget that everybody doesn't know what they mean. When we say FLL, we're talking Lego League. And generally when we're talking Lego League, we're talking our 9 to 14-year-olds, that's challenge. When we say FTC, that is First Tech Challenge, and that starts in 7th grade. So FLL bridges elementary to middle, FTC bridges middle to high school. And then when we talk FRC, those are the big robots. Those robots can be up to 5 feet tall, weigh 120 pounds without bumpers and batteries. That is our strictly high school. However, we occasionally have middle schoolers on those teams.
I do.
Okay. So we talk about all of the different things that the kids get. So you've seen the skills, but there's other things that are things they're not going to learn in a classroom or they're not going to get in a classroom. Time management is one. Self-confidence is one. And we have a 15-year Brandeis study that can prove what we're claiming because they've been following students for 15 years. One of my favorite stories about this is I used to run an FRC team, big robot team. And one year we had a girl on our team that she was a freshman in high school. And the only word I heard her say the entire year was here. And she would very quiet, here. I assume she talked to the other programmers. She was a programmer. When she was a senior in high school, we were doing a Workforce Florida conference, and she got up on stage in front of about 500 executives, gave a 20-minute speech about what FIRST was, why it was important, and why you should support it. She got a full ride to Auburn University, came back and went to work for Lockheed, who was the sponsor of her team. And that was 8 years ago. And I still have dinner with her parents every so often. And her mom looked at me one day and she said, "Can you make Christina talk again?" Because she doesn't talk anymore. But she's very self-confident. She runs a team. She was doing, the last time I talked to her, she was creating the, what do you call it, dashboard in your car, but for nuclear subs.
Oh.
No, sorry, wrong. That's Cassie. For helicopters, for military helicopters. Sorry, I get them confused sometimes. That's you.
Oh, this one's me. I don't remember what I was going to say here.
Here, you want to come here and read the
notes?
notes?
Over here. Okay, so in the past, CTEs, I remember now, CTEs have only been available through schools, career technical education certifications. But FIRST now has CTEs available through being on a team. So if you're on a community team at the FIRST Tech Challenge or the FIRST Robotics competition level, your students can take these CTE courses through FIRST and get certifications. Now, if you ask me which certifications they are, I might not remember, but it is, I think, Onshape. So CAD design, there's a manufacturing, I think there's a programming certification. So students can start gaining these certifications in high school and are prepared to enter the
middle
workforce.
School.
Yes,
if they're on
and
FTC.
Middle school. If they're on a tech challenge team, they can access them in middle school.
Okay, so see, she talks all the technical stuff, and I just tell stories because I've been around for a while. So I can tell you, I have a young man who is now 22, I think. He graduated from high school with enough industry certifications that he got an internship the summer between his senior year in high school and his freshman year in college at a company called Cole Engineering. At the end of the summer, they just kind of looked at him and said, "Well, you can't be our high school intern anymore. So do you just want to have a part-time job here while you're in college?" And he, of course, said yes. And his mom called me. She goes, "My 18-year-old has a 401k. I said, "Your 18-year-old will never work at Taco Bell," which is where his roommate works. And she said, "Good point." Once he graduated from college, Cole Engineering made it very well worth his while to stay on in that job. We are also looking, because not all of our kids are going to go to a four-year university. Some of them, just school is not their thing. So we help with a lot of our kids go into the military where they can get even more advanced training on the skills they've already learned. We have a lot of kids that go into technical colleges or internships or apprenticeships. So this is a program for every student, not just people who want to go to a four-year college.
Exactly. And we have multiple stories of kids who have opted not to go to college and have gone either directly into the workforce or they have gone to technical school. We have a student that graduated off of our team. He's a really smart kid. I would have thought, yeah, college is the way to go for him, but he thought differently. And I think he's just finished his qualification exams for aircraft mechanic. He went through the Lively system, started while he was still in high school, and I think he's 18 or 19 and going into a career.
Yeah, and we have one kid on one of my teams that is training to be an underwater welder, which I wasn't even sure that was an actual job, but apparently it is.
So I don't remember this is you or me. You?
You.
Oh, good. Okay.
Oh, wait. Yeah, go ahead. You. This is you.
This is just an image of how the jobs on a team align with career path. So, you know, your team captain is going to be that CEO, maybe entrepreneur, go into project management. Obviously, programming is your software design, IT, web design, AI, which there's a lot of conversation about AI happening in all tech fields, but the robotics kids are on top of it.
They're already there in first world.
Yeah. So the builds team, those could be mechanics, mechanical engineers, electricians, drone operators in the military or not. So all these things, I'm not going to read everything, but there is a place for every kid, and there's a potential job for every kid.
Yeah, and so what I wanted to talk about with this slide is that running a first team is like running a small company. So the kids have to write a business plan. They have to come up with a budget. Then they have to go raise all the money for the budget. And the budgets are, well, we'll talk about budgets later. They have to create a website. They have to learn how to use social media responsibly. They have to come up with a marketing campaign for their team. We have crazy names. So there's the Cheesy Poofs and Exploding Bacon and
Space
Swam
cookies.
and Space Cookies.
Yeah.
And so you want your team to be well known outside of your general area, because if you go to the World Championships, with 11 of our teams did this year, you are already well known when you get there. Because when you are on an FRC or an FTC team, you play in alliances. With FTC, it's 2 against 2. With FRC, it's 3 against 3. And what happens is during qualifying, you're randomly paired with other teams to play. But at the end of qualifying in FTC, it's 4 teams. In FRC, it's 8 teams. Pick the teams they want to play through finals with them. So it's very much like the real world. So by Friday afternoon, you're seeing teams coming up. Oh, so I see you're ranked number 3, but you know that number 1 is going to pick number 2. But if you pick us and we can get this team, here's the strategy and here's how we can do it. So it is very learning how to schmooze, how to get together with teams. They also have to, so they create a marketing campaign to market out to other teams, but also out to potential sponsors. They have to write award submissions. They have to make presentations and things like this. And let me tell you, when you watch a group of high schoolers do a presentation and then look at a CEO and go, now will that check be for 1,000 or 5,000? How big do you want your name on our t-shirt? They almost always say, big, we want it big, and hand them money. I've been doing this for 17 years. Only once have I ever gotten a team in front of a group of CEOs or the correct decision maker, and only one person has ever said no. So there's business, there's marketing, it's crazy. And the other thing that our students learn that is very helpful in the workforce is they learn how to cooperate. They learn how to be on a team. They know team management. They understand that you have to work together to get to a common goal, and you don't always have to be right. And that is crazy.
Right.
The other thing that always happens is that our kids know how to communicate. And it's unusual for engineers to know how to communicate. I don't know if you've ever tried to communicate with them. They're very, not all of them, that's very stereotypical, I'm sorry. But our kids understand how to stand up, look at a person in the eyes, speak with them, because they have to give presentations. They also have to talk to judges. So they get really good at it. And that is the one thing that I hear from CEOs all the time. I had one CEO look at me and goes, is that kid really in high school? And I said, mm-hmm. And he goes, he just took a complex problem and explained it to me in layman's terms in under 5 minutes. And I said, mm-hmm, we train them to do that. And he looked at me and he goes, I have people who've worked for me for 20 years that can't do that. And I said, that's why you need FIRST.
Exactly. And as a matter of fact, I don't think this was in our notes, but last year, Dr. Narayanan from FSU Research was at our event, and he has since approached us about helping create.
Oh, that's right.
Independent study course for students, for college students to work with FIRST teams to sort of,
so they can get those skills too.
Get some of those skills
that the high schoolers already have.
He was very aware that some of his students struggle. So, and one thing we do, I don't know if this is you or me, don't know what the note says.
I can read it if you want me to.
Okay, go for it.
Okay. Simulated work experiences provide career preparation and training for students on FIRST teams. Many schools are beginning to require work-based learning. And we already do that in FIRST. It's already there. And we were talking a little bit about the CTEs.
Right.
And the different things.
Right.
So this, I don't want to read you the slides, you can see it.
Yeah. But the whole idea is getting kids exposed to a variety of different jobs and we just participated in World of Work where we saw so many job opportunities in Tallahassee that nobody knows about, that nobody's aware of. And so we want to be part of, as Tally Robotics and as FIRST, we want to be part of that foundational group that's preparing kids for this, potential tech corridor and
the explosion of tech workers that you're going to need.
This is what we want to be a part of. So how can you support FIRST programs?
A lot of different ways. One of the best ways is to become a coach or a mentor to a team. And I'm a theater major and I ran a team for 8 years. And now I do this. So we need everyone, not just engineers. We need accountants. We need marketing people. We need HR people. We need, obviously, mechanical and electrical and software engineers. And you can do it in a lot of different ways. You don't have to be the lead coach of the team. You can come in once a week. The team that I was on used to build at Lockheed Martin. And the way FRC works is you get the game the first Saturday in January, and you have anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks to design, prototype, manufacture, cut the metals, put your robot together, wire it, program it, and be ready to compete. So what we used to do is the first week of build, the kids were not allowed to start building anything. They had to come up with a strategy. Then they had to design around that strategy, and then they had to defend their design. And so what we would do on the Saturday of the first week, we would have engineers from Lockheed Martin come in, and they would have to do a design defend. And then the engineers would say, that's good, but that's not going to work, but you might want to try this. So if we have a panel of those kinds of people that can help so that they don't go crazy off into an arm design that won't work. I'm a little bitter about that one. So that is one of the ways that you can help.
Great. There's also volunteering at events. These are some of our awesome volunteers. And so events can be a single day for a Lego League event or an FTC event. FRC is a 3-day, generally a 3-day commitment, depending on
what judges. For judges, it's only 2 days.
For judges, it's 2 days. But if you want to be one of these guys, this is like a 3 or 4 day commitment. These are our fields. This is our field supervisor.
That's our field supervisor.
FTA and then
that's FTA. One of them.
So FTA is field technical advisor.
Those are like the biggest sought after jobs. Field reset, because you get to see the action and you're right by the field the whole 3 days.
Same with referees. There's also game announcing. If you like to be in front of people and call it as it happens, that is a fun job. And Romeo is our fantastic MC. And he's got the personality to go with that smile.
He does. But there's also other kind of more behind the scenes. We need pit admin. We need safety people. Volunteer room people. Merchandise sales. Crowd control.
Yeah.
putting the field up and taking the field down. Listen, if you like to build things, you let me know because we need so much help getting that field up. And then when the event is open, we have about 4 hours to get the field down and then load it onto the truck so we can go to the next event.
Keep building the field.
And we're already exhausted because we've been doing it for 4 days. So if you like to build, let me know.
Yeah.
The regional this year is March 13th through the 16th, and it's held at the
FAMU.
Lawson Center at
Yeah.
FAMU.
Mhm.
Okay.
There are also, during the regional, we do workshops.
All day on Thursday.
And during their practice day. So we've had Dr. Hubicki comes in. If you don't know who he is a roboticist. He's at the College of Engineering. Dr. Shonda Bernadin has been a huge supporter and proponent. She brings her students and they do some cool workshops. And then Dr. Arce always does his paper, helicopter, and airplane workshop.
But you don't have to be a doctorate person to do a workshop.
No, I didn't have space. We had the Air Force guys did a workshop last year. We've had the CIA do a workshop.
If you want to come in and do a talk, if you're an HR person on how to interview for a job, yay.
Yeah. Some of you guys are entrepreneurial, and there's a lot of startup kind of stuff that happens in a first team.
Well, and something that would be fantastic is, because we're in Tallahassee, if you work with a legislator or you're a lobbyist or whatever, if you wanted to get a talk on advocating for FIRST at the state level,
yes,
we can hook you up with that.
Yeah.
Where am I? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can also sponsor teams and events. It costs a lot of money to have teams and to hold events.
So for the Tallahassee Regional, it costs us about $120,000 a year. And we fundraise all of that because we don't get any of the registration fee, because all of that goes to the kit of parts for the students. To run a team budget for an FRC can be anywhere from $20,000 to $60,000, depending on how much you have to travel. The local teams are lucky because it's right here in their backyard, so they don't have to pay 4 nights of hotel plus feed kids for that many days.
For a single event.
Right.
Exactly.
And then parts are not cheap. And they need T-shirts and, all kinds of computers, things.
A trailer.
Yeah, we need a trailer. FTC, you can run an FTC team on a budget of anywhere from $2,000 to $3,000 a year, because the thing with FTC and FLL is once you get your kit of parts, you can build it with it from year after year after year after year. With FRC, you have to start from scratch every year.
Yeah, I would say FTC, you can use some components from year to year, but you definitely have to purchase more.
Sure, because you're going to burn out motors.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Magic smoke.
Yes, it's super fun.
And FLL, you can run an FLL team for $1,000.
Yeah, the first year, but then the following year, I would say $500, depending on how much your T-shirts cost.
Yeah, so T-shirts are a thing. T-shirts are a big thing. Do we have any questions in the chat anywhere? I forgot to ask that.
We're doing good on time. So,
are we?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Nothing?
We're good so far. All right.
All right. So far, so good. Okay.
Oh, before we move on,
I
did want to point out all of these teams are local Tallahassee teams. So, in fact, this Lego League team, most of these kids are now on this Tech Challenge team, and the Capital City Chaotic Coders, until about last week, were the only FIRST robotics competition team in Tallahassee, but now there's one at the new Tallahassee Collegiate Academy. So we're really
excited mentors
about that, and they do need.
They'll need some new mentors.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So definitely support your local teams.
Yes, Stacia. You were going to talk about that.
I am going to talk about that. So it depends. It depends on the team. It depends on what you want to do. Some mentors are insane like me and are there for every single practice all the time. Some mentors show up once a week to we've got because I live in Orlando, we have a Disney Imagineer who's one of our mentors, and he's busy and he can only be there on Saturdays. So he'll show up on Saturdays, he'll draw stuff out, he'll teach them to do it, and then he'll come back the next Saturday to see what they've done. You can also mentor over Skype or Zoom or whatever. We mentor teams literally across the Atlantic or across the Pacific, depending on which way you're going. Or you can, come in and do a one-time workshop on a specific topic that the students are trying to. Right now, the big new shiny is Swerve Drive. And building the Swerve Drive is not as hard. Programming the Swerve Drive is very hard. And a lot of teams think that they're just going to snap it. And we're like, if you haven't started in the summer, you're not going to have a Swerve Drive this year.
Right. But there's also, so that's mostly FRC. But Tech Challenge, they don't need to meet as intensively during their season. Our teams meet twice a week for 2.5 to 3 hours. And our Lego League teams here, unless they're in a school, they generally meet once a week for about 2 to 3 hours. And as they are approaching competitions, they might meet a little more often because they're trying to, hone that presentation, get it all, pulled together.
And all of the teams that are under the Tally Robotics umbrella meet at Idea Labs, so they're not far away.
Yeah, we're in innovation.
So it's really interesting to walk in there when it's close to competition time, and like every single team is there trying to build all at the same time, and it is a little bit of a madhouse, but it's super fun. I'm telling you, I've done this for years. If you hang out with these kids, you are not going to be afraid of the future anymore, because you can look at them and see what's coming and know that they are going to be able to solve all the problems. Well, most of the problems that we've gotten them into. So the other thing I wanted to talk about was how we can, as a whole community, work to continue to make sure that first teams are funded and that first teams are, I don't want to say a priority, they're a priority for me, but there's like, I'd rather homeless people have a house, but we want to keep it up there. So one of the things that we do is we can work with legislation. In fact, Laura and I met yesterday with Senator Wright's office. He is going to sponsor a bill, we hope, for state funding for first teams, because it is draining when you're trying to raise $60,000 a year and you're in high school. We write a lot of grants. We've been very lucky for the last 3 years. The Argosy Foundation has given us $50,000 to $70,000 to go to teams. So we have five new rookies in North Florida this year.
We're pretty excited.
We're very excited about that.
It's hard to start. As you can imagine, it's really challenging to start a new FIRST robotics competition team, especially in a school, because
they don't want to do it.
Teachers have been overwrought and overwhelmed for the past 3 years. So having some funding to help get it started and building that excitement has been really challenging, and we are super excited to have some new teams.
Two of our teams, one on either side of the Panhandle, are Boys and Girls Club teams.
Yeah.
So we are reaching out to lower income students, trying to pull everybody up. We have a team in Central Florida that literally moved their build space to a town called Bithlo. And it's, as you would imagine, it has like one of the #1 meth deaths in the Orange County. And they moved there specifically so that the kids who live in that area can see that they can come and have a safe place to hang out and to build robots, and to realize that there is more to life than this, and that they are capable of going to college, and here's scholarships, and here's how we can get you there. So that's one of the things I really love about FIRST. FIRST does reach out and pull teams along and try to pull in as many people as they can. When we form a new rookie team, we work to connect them with a veteran team that will help them walk through their first season, because it's not easy. I'm not going to say it is. Like I said, I was a theater major. I had no idea what I was getting myself into when I started this. But my team made it to the World Champions that first year with a chop saw and a drill press, and we built in my living room and my next door neighbor's garage. So you can do it.
Yeah,
you can do it. It just takes a little willpower and a lot of food, a lot of Chick-fil-A, a lot of Chick-fil-A and pizza, a lot of Chick-fil-A and pizza.
And I think one thing I'd like to add on here, Wendy, is that it's not just, us us going out and giving funding and helping teams, it's also teams helping teams. And one thing, Woody Flowers, which we didn't talk about.
Oh, it's great. Oh, yeah.
There is Woody Flowers is an MIT professor who came up with this notion of gracious professionalism and cooperation. And the idea is you're going to compete just as hard as you possibly can, but you're also going to help this guy and you're help this guy. And so as you get better, so are they. And we're all getting better together. And this is the world that we envision and that we see happening when we go to a first competition. We're like, oh, it's possible.
When you kind of hang out in first world, sometimes you forget that the rest of the world doesn't think that way.
Yeah.
And you just, when somebody does something super rude and awful, you're just like, oh, because that would never happen at a first competition. Like there's no trash talking. There's, we used to have a rule on the team I used to work with was called Exploding Bacon. And we had a rule that if you broke somebody else's robot in a competition, you had to go fix their robot before you were allowed to touch yours.
Yeah.
And when you only have 45 minutes between matches, so I just love the ethos of it. So gracious professionalism, the way Woody Flowers described it, is acting as if your grandmother is watching all the time, and you want to make her proud. So
and the real beauty is like seeing when you see teams whose countries might be at war at a competition helping each other out, and you're like, right, what?
So
it's amazing.
Fun fact. The World Championships is a Friday, Saturday, Sunday thing, right? No, it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
I don't
Sorry.
know. I'm there all week.
I know, we're there all the time. Doesn't matter. But we found a lot of the teams from Israel can't compete on Saturday because it's their holy day, but they're there. And so you will find what happens is if a team from Israel has made it to the finals and they can't drive on Saturday, they will give their robot to another drive team. And the drive team will drive for Israel. It's just the coolest thing to watch. Right. We had a team from Suriname last year. How many here knew that there was a country called Suriname? I did not. They are this
South America.
Tiny little country in South America. And their travel to get to Tallahassee, they were in Tallahassee last year. They traveled from Suriname to Ghana with a big robot. A 5-foot tall, 120-pound robot and all of their stuff for their pit. From Suriname to Ghana, then they flew from Ghana to Miami, and then they had to uncrate their robot because the crate wouldn't fit on the train, got on the Amtrak from Miami to Orlando, met up with one of the Orlando teams who took them, all of their kids and all of their stuff and put them on their bus to drive up here. Yeah. We had a team from Pakistan that their kit of parts never made it out of customs.
In Pakistan.
In Pakistan, yeah. In Pakistan, they never could get it out of customs. So they had no robot with which to compete. So they contacted a team in Brevard County that builds at the Kennedy Space Center and sent them the CAD drawings of everything. And one of the, it's the pink team, one of their mentors is a machinist for NASA. So she just cut all the parts for them. And then she calls me. She's like, look, Miss Wendy, I know this isn't probably what I'm supposed to do, but I'm going to put this robot together and make sure it all fits. And then I'm going to take it apart. So when that team gets here, they can build their robot. So they got to Orlando a week early and worked with the pink team who housed them and fed them and helped them build their robot so that when they got to Orlando, they could compete. And they did so well that a team from California, the Space Cookies, paid for them to come the next weekend to Tallahassee so that they had a chance at another competition. Yeah. So that's the kind of people you work with in FIRST. And those are the kinds of employees you want because they're going to not only be really skilled and do a great job, they're going to know how to work with everybody and make your company a better place.
Exactly. And our favorite phrase is FIRST is the sport where every kid can go pro.
Right. Because you hear all the time, and we've had parents do it. Oh, my kid can't do this because he doesn't have enough time. He's on the football team. He's going to get a scholarship. He's going to go to college. He's going to be a pro player. Okay. Less than 1% of high school athletes go pro. Our kids, 100% of them can go pro in whatever sport they want to go in.
Yes, absolutely. Whatever field.
Whatever field.
100%. And I think that's the end of our talk. But we do have another event tonight.
So you all are invited.
Yes. We are going to have robots featured in a gallery with some artwork tonight at the Venvi Art Gallery. Brenda has been kind enough to open up her gallery to us. It helps that her son is on one of our robotics teams.
So we're making art and technology collide.
Yeah, we are. And so we will have robots on display and some cheese and wine. And
It's free.
It is, yeah. And
It's free.
Just opportunities to talk about supporting robotics in the community.
There will also be a donation QR code if you want. It will help
The regional yes.
and teams in North Florida.
Yeah. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, everybody. Are we out?
system in a sense. So you had an inaugural event called the Creator Summit.
Creator Summit.
And the Creator Summit, to me, I had the pleasure of attending, of course, being a part of, big fan, creators. So tell us a little bit about the Creator Summit, because I feel like it embodied a lot of what you said about what draws people to you.
Yes. So, and I'll go back to what you said about other organizations that do the same thing. When I started the Creators, my thing was I wanted to be sustainable. So beyond bigger than self. So I wanted to bring in other creators who can then emulate it. So when I'm not present in that room, you still feel the presence of the creators. So you get to the creators. The way I got to the Creator Summit was through my position with the Campbell Chamber of Commerce, where you take my passion and my involvement in the community through the chamber, where I'm like, this issue is, oh, RJ, I need help with logo. RJ, I need help with video. Well, I've seen this issue as an issue for so many people. And naturally, through the chamber, we're going to do so much. We're going to impact that, to an extent. And I can't really sit down with everybody and sit them down and talk about marketing as much as I would like to. So the Creator Summit came about as a resource to do that. Like, our goal was to be the largest marketing. Our goal is still to be the largest marketing and content creation conference in North Florida. To be that, bring that traction here, those industry leaders here to Tallahassee, to be a resource for said individuals who are looking to grow on Facebook, or looking to grow on TikTok, and so many other platforms are here and upcoming that we don't know anything about. So that is what the Creator Summit is about, bringing those industry leaders here, as well as highlighting and spotlighting the resources that we already have here in Tallahassee that can educate individuals on what they can do right now to create theirs, or create yours.
Create yours, and it was well attended, and I would say at a time where people went, well, maybe it's summertime,
right.
Maybe there are going to be enough students in town. There were so many reasons to not go forward. Mm-hmm. What made you do it scared?
Oh my goodness.
Be brave.
Yeah, it was a lot of anxiety involved in it because it was a thinking process. I probably had it in my spirit 2 years before that. And then within that last year, between talking to Krista and Tuckerson, the chamber president, and friends and family about what I wanted to do, they kind of got to the point where they were tired of hearing me talk about it, and they just wanted to see me do it.
I've been there.
So yeah, so it came from that fear of me saying like I have to listen to someone. This year has all been about personally finding someone to listen to. So knowing that, I started listening, and I'm still scared. Yeah, I'm still with it, but I just started listening and moving with some action. Hence, the Creator Summit happened. I'm not scared to do it anymore. And we're preparing for the 2024 Creator Summit, slated to be held June 28th, 29th, and 30th. So this time we're going for a 3-day experience to just allow people to participate in both the workshops, conference, and conversations.
Absolutely. So you heard that. It was announced here.
Yes,
the next Creator Summit is June 28th, 29th, and 30th, 2024. So you can find out more.
We'll make the official announcement on our social as well as when we announce our website.
Absolutely.
We're developing our website as well for that event, so people can apply to the speakers and get more information about who we are and what we can present and get out for them.
Absolutely. It was well attended. A 2-event day included workshops in the morning and a social event at night where people created content.
That was the goal. We wanted to be something that people actually could take away something from it. So you need help with content creation. You sell soap and you're trying to expose your brand. Come to this event, mingle with other people, ask the people that you need to take a picture with your soap. I mean, that's really what the whole content creation mixer was about, and it continues to be about because we have throughout the year. It's about coming to this event, creating content that you can then use to increase your brand awareness and your digital footprint on social media. And what people don't really realize is that the reason that we choose to have it around the content creation mix, or the conference rather, around June 30th is because that's National Social Media Day. So I mean, it's like spot on. So why not celebrate this through implementation? So which is why we kind of slated around that same time every year.
really, really interesting. I remember posting some pictures and videos after that event, and the number one comment I got was this in Tallahassee? Right. You know, a lot of people did not. They thought, because I am usually traveling somewhere, they thought I was somewhere else. So
I had a lot of people come up to me from Thomasville, Georgia. It was like the most heartfelt thing for the country, and just express that they wanted that there. And although I was like, I'm just you know, I felt like, oh, when I'm not ready, I'm still doing this one right now. But it was humbling because it just meant a lot to me, because I almost seen a glimpse into my goal.
Your
which is
goal?
to be the largest marketing and social media conference within the North Florida.
In North Florida, you might as well throw in South Georgia. I mean, you know,
but longer, but it could be.
Yeah. Well, that brings me to this question. So, with that being said, we've all heard, you know, there's nothing in Tallahassee. What can we do here? I have to move in order to pursue whatever. Yeah. Why is it important that you start this here and that you focus on Tallahassee? I know Creators is going to have to grow.
Right, so right. Well, it's important. If we go back to my beginning, my journey, it's been seeing the problem and finding the answer creatively. So part of that is using the resources where you are. So I'm here in Tallahassee. I have my family here, my mother's here, my brother's here, my wife's here, my son. I have a footprint in Tallahassee. Yeah. So why not do it here where I'm at already? I have a lot of resources that I have in my grasp. I can call and hey, I need help, or this is what I'm looking to start. And because I am here, it makes no sense why not just start here. And through growth, you can extend. Of course, we want our things to extend beyond what we are, but naturally, I love Tallahassee. Like I so much my energy and my development is attached to Tallahassee, Florida. So, all the hopes that answer your question. But
yeah,
it's as simple as that. Like, I'm here already. Why not reach out to the people that I've already exchanged with to be a prominent member of my community? And that's something I used to say growing up. Like, I want to be a prominent member of my community. I had no idea what I was talking about. But here in this moment, it was still something I attached to my identity, and that's why I chose to do it.
And I think it's important that you highlighted, you create where you are. Yeah. I actually, a late mentor of mine, he said, you're not ready to expand until you have saturated where you are. So you have to like saturate that sponge, and then you start to squeeze out. You know, that was the analogy he always used. So you're saturating here. And I think what's remarkable about Tallahassee is that because it has not been saturated in all things yet, you see impact right away. Mm-hmm. You know, when you provide something that's a little different and new, you'll see that people are like, thank you so much for doing what you're doing, because I thought that I was going to have to move or travel to find the same type of energy and resources and community.
So especially that complements the creative, right, the creative world. When you see professional, we still acknowledge that, hey, we're professionals, but we also are creators. We like to push the envelope a little bit, and we create spaces that allow you to still be as professional as you want to be, but as creative as you want to be too. So that's in essence, as we continue to inspire others, and as we continue to apply to our own events that we have throughout the year.
Well, I know there's one more event and there's events that you have to, not one more, but there's events that you have throughout the year outside of the Creator Summit. So tell us a little bit about those events.
We already closed out our content creation mixer for the year 2023, but we have a couple of things already in the works for 2024. One of those things being an art walk. That's going to be probably towards the spring. And it's something earlier, probably in January, we'll be doing gaming tournament. So I'm a gamer, so I play video games. So I always try to find a way to take what I do and what I enjoy and use that to inspire myself, as well as bring the community around things that we do already. So we are looking to do a gaming tournament, a Mortal Kombat gaming tournament, and we're partnering with a couple of community partners such as Burrito Border and Gaming Synergy in Tallahassee to help facilitate that.
Very cool. Yeah, and those content creation mixers, you walk in, and I know they were at the Social Beacon, but you walk in, there are jumbo building blocks on tables and gumballs, and even if you walked in and thought, this is a professional networking event, by 15 minutes in, you're building a tower and you're talking to someone chewing on gumballs and having a good time. There's music. So what inspired you to create those events? Because I do think they're a little bit of a playground.
Right. Yeah. I love what you said. Coming out of COVID, I know it's like COVID is where it started. So coming out of COVID, I reached out to a friend, his name is Jesse, and we got together and we just started creating content for creating stock images for Pod 5. Like, just out of like, hey, let's take some pictures of this rattlesnake at FAMU, let's take some pictures of this, post it on Pod 5, and sell it, and if somebody buy it, we make money. So we started doing that, and through doing that, I had a great time. Like, we were just two creators riding skateboards and taking pictures. It sounds dangerous when you see it out loud. That's what we were doing, and through that experience, was like, it stuck with me. So when it came to implementing what is the creators, I wanted to foster that sense of accountability, inspiration, and community. So that's what come about with content creation, because essentially that's what it was. We hung out, played, was a playground, but we still accomplished, had a goal in mind, which further our professional and our personal development. And I will fast forward to say, like, 1 year after that, someone actually purchased one of my videos. I was like, crazy. What's $20? I can't really take it yet because I can't take it until I make 25. But that ain't the point. The point is, somebody purchased one of my videos because of the experience, and I called them up, and I was like, "Oh, this is so exciting!" Bragging about my $20.
But that's important for the creative, because I think a lot of what you do is imagination, and it all makes sense in your head. And then when you're putting it out into the world, it means so much to you, whether it is engineering something, engineering a robot from scratch. I've seen the 5th graders do that, now. Or it's painting something in a way that you imagine. Like, that creativity, as much as it is an internal conversation, it feels great to be validated. Yeah. And that's something that I care a lot about too, is just seeing that creativity be validated, not just in, wow, that's nice, and compliments, but in value and dollars and things like that as well. So, but we cannot let you go, RJ, without asking this. Now, if you have to look up creators, it is not spelled in the way that you thought. It is the word creators, but there's a dot in the middle of everything you do with create has that dot in the middle. Can you tell us a little bit about why you chose to spell that way?
It's a simple and a long answer to that, but the simple part of the creators was taken. I couldn't spell creators as it is. Like, somebody already beat me to the punch, and I'm mad about that. So I couldn't get that. So that was the problem.
Internet.
So exactly. It's like, I should have did this like 22 years ago, or something like that. Maybe I would have owned the rights to it.
Right.
So, but it was taken. So we have a problem. So my solution was to play. I looked at it, wrote on. I keep a journal on me, and I wrote in my journal, played around with some things where I still wanted to say clear as day creators, and I came up with putting a dot in between the T and the O. And at first it was just simple as solving a problem. But when I established my brand identity a little more, I was like, okay, I'm gonna keep this dot. This dot gonna get on somebody's nerves. I put this dot between creativity, creators. Like, I'm putting it everywhere in between the T and the following letter. So it started off with as a solution, but now it's a part of my brand identity because it's an intentional dot. Like, you have to look at it. I've applied to. I reached out to several, community partners, and they thinking it's typo. But it forces you to look at it. It forces you to look at it and be like, oh no, he did this on purpose. I see it kind of keep going down. And part of that is what I want you to look. I want you to take a second look. So it started off as a solution to a problem, but now it's just I love it. Sometimes I catch myself sending an email from work, separate than creators. I'm like, oh yeah, I can't put that dot in there. This is a whole other platform. I can't just sneak for the Easter egg, and they're like, oh, it's been me the whole time. I'm the creator. Let me take it over.
are taking over. Thank you, RJ, for sitting with us today and sharing the story. I think it's already engaging. I think this conversation during Impact Week is so fitting. There's been lots of discovery this week of what is here in Tallahassee, but this is online. This is a community that will continue to grow as well. So tell us how we can get engaged with creators.
So you can always reach out to me personally on my Instagram, which is RJ the Creator. You can envision what the dot is between the T and the O. Then you can also reach out to us on Instagram at the Creators, spell Creators with the dot between the T and the O, and then TLH. Those are the main ways you can reach out to us. We are developing our website, which will be the most ideal way as it relates to reaching out for us for community service, community outreach, us to help you facilitate your event, as well as just service. If you just need us to come out and service, do media coverage for your event, which is what the Creator Show is, part of our event media coverage. So we complement your mission or your vision for the event by hosting putting a show or a production on it. Because realistically, our goal is to take that said event and extend it beyond that day. Because your mission doesn't stop. You don't stop fighting pancreatic cancer and breast cancer once the event. You're doing it throughout the duration of the year. So we try to take your event and continue that message onto social media, onto your website, onto the digital platform, so to speak. So those are the two ways that you can reach out to us, but we will be announcing our website. I'm actually working on that right now. So don't look it up right now.
He's like, don't look it up yet, but you will find lots to follow, like, share, and comment, and think about how you can support creators as well. Really important what he's doing. RJ, thank you for sitting with us today for Impact Week. And if you're tuning in, thank you for listening to this conversation and all the others throughout Impact Week. You can find out more at impactweek.info. I'm Tam Smith. Thank you for watching.
How y'all doing? I appreciate y'all being here. This is a great talk.
So how do you say your company name? Hello everyone, my name is Williams. I am the Rapid Response Coordinator for CareerSource Capital Region, and also known as the Plug, which is all about using partner leverage for ultimate growth. Today I'm going to tell you a little bit about CareerSource Capital Region. We are located here in Gadsden, in Wakulla County. We are a nonprofit, federally funded, and we are just here to help recruit, retain, and gain local talent. Doesn't matter what industry you are in, whether you are entry level, whether you're coming out of school, whether you are going back to school, you are executive C-suite, we have resources available for you. Some of the that CareerSource offers, when it comes to recruiting, we can help you host fairs, we can help you off-site, we also help you with scheduling interviews, as well as assist you being able to do background screenings, just in case to make sure you get the right candidates for it. In terms of training, we offer grant assistance, whether it's on-the-job training, experience for those between ages 18 to 24, and then worker training for your experienced staff who's been with you for more than 6 months. All of these grant opportunities, there's some available. We will reimburse for the training 90%, or some where we might even pay the full 100 for that person to work with you in hopes of them after 3 months being able to get a full-time position. The other part of that we do is recruit, train, and train. So in terms of retention, it's all about making sure that people have the that you need, right? So we have tons of partnerships and community relationships with all of the educators here in Tallahassee. We've got online courses you're able to do from, and then we also have programs which we bring in on their own. So all these are eligible, all of those classes are eligible to reimbursements. You can send your people to for training and various that. I think that is pretty much most of what.
Can you talk a little bit about the partners and the collaborations you have in the ecosystem and how you work to bring those together to provide workforce development for the community?
Yeah, I love that. Partner leverage for ultimate growth is really right. We only work together with each other, right? We shouldn't be trying to do something alone. Everybody, my motto is all about everybody knows the person who knows the person. Even if we're unable to give you a resource or we don't supply that resource directly, we are partnered with agencies all across the community who would be able to assist, whether you need someone for food assistance, whether you need someone on-site job, whether you need a direct contact for an employer, whether you're starting a business and you're unsure, how do I start my business? Or what forms to start my business? We're partnered with SPD, Small Business Development Center, OED, Office of Economic Vitality, and we're connected with the development centers in Gadsden as well as Wakulla. So whether you're in Gadsden, Leon, Wakulla, we pretty much are part of most of the resources to assist you. Specifically, me, of course, the Jim Moran, and we've got school campus here, Second Harvest, 211 Big Bend. Any type of resource that you might know we might not directly supply, we will put you in contact with the team that needs it. And December, we are having a resource fair at TCC, and you will be able to attend it. It's open to the community, and all of our community partners, we've got over 25, will be in attendance. All of them will be there, so you can meet them directly, figure out some resources that you need for the next few months, or be aware of resources our community offers for whenever you might need it. Okay, 2 things before I go. If you are a business here in Gadsden, Leon, or Wakulla County, and you are thinking about or facing a potential layoff or business closure, please myself and CareerSource Capital Region, we have a program called Rapid Response. Our goal is to specifically come up with strategies to be able to help you float, to be able to prevent you from closing your business and to prevent you from laying off your employees. In the event that you do have to lay off or your business does close, we will be there rapidly to assist you, making sure to get your employees back gainfully. We will also connect them to insurance resources so that way they can get their benefits at the end of the day. And we'll also be able to host on-site events if the businesses will do, so we can come directly to your people. That way they don't have to travel. We can get them the resources that they may need. And we'll bring partners from Department of Children and Families, which handles like food assistance, cash assistance. We'll bring in some other local team members who will be able to any other social economic ideas, needs that you might have. They need someone to talk to. They need some counseling. They need, what do I do with life? I don't have a job now. We'll bring on site directly to be able to assist you. Also, if you are struggling to be able to pay some of the wages for your businesses, the state has something called short-time compensation. It's an amazing program. It's free to do. You don't have to pay the money back, and they will pay your employees directly. So if you ever have to reduce the hours from 40 hours to full-time, and they're dropping to like 35, 28, they're reducing the hours, and you're reducing the hours of your staff 10%, you can apply to receive this, and it's super quick application. Go online, fill it out. You can get approved within the next 3 to 4 days that you're able to get approved, and then they will start giving assistance to help pay the wages of your employees whose hours have been reduced. So it's not a lot, but it is something to help at least get you through some of the tough times. If you guys have any questions or concerns, you can reach me at 850-566-9897, or my email is Renee, REENEE, dot isn't a period, William, WILLIAMS, at CareerSource Capital Region. So hope you guys are enjoying the week. Please reach out to me whenever you need. There's so many amazing resources here in our community. It's just about being able to get out, connecting with people, talking about what you need, and then getting it done. Think, plan, execute. Have a good one.
Just give me a, hand signal for the video. I'm going to do an introduction to Ashley. Ashley is going to tee up the video, and then she'll give you the thumbs up. Perfect. All right, welcome back to Impact Week. We are live downtown Tallahassee at the Challenger Learning Center. IMAX Theater. You can't find a bigger screen for a PowerPoint presentation in town, I guarantee. So thank you all for joining us online. Got started just a few minutes late there. Thanks for bearing with us. So today at Challenger, we are about to kick off to continue with our sports track. We've got TLH sports panel this morning. They kicked off. We had some great conversation, and we're going to continue that now with Ashley Fontes, CEO and owner of the TLH Reckoning, and she's going to be talking to us today about breaking barriers in sports.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Great to be here. Thank you all for coming out. Appreciate it. Make sure, if you haven't, we have a clipboard that we need you to sign in on, because one of our appreciation gifts for you being here is a season ticket membership that has not been released yet. So in order to claim that, you need to be on that list, and then you'll also have to take a great picture of yourself, either here as a selfie, something on the screen, or in front of one of the Impact banners. Post it on social media, tag us, and that's how you're gonna redeem your season ticket. Okay, sound good? Other piece is we do have promo t-shirts. We are trying to work hard to get our brand and awareness out there. So before you leave, make sure you grab a t-shirt. We have, I think they're all unisex sizes. There's small, medium, large, XLs. For those tuning in, I'm sorry you're not here to receive those great gifts, but there will be a next time, I'm sure. Okay. So to start, I want to play this video. It's our hype video, little promo video that we had for our announcement in June. If you weren't able to make it out, this is how we kind of unveiled what we were doing and the reasoning behind it. Phones or whatever, go onto YouTube, but listen to it. You'll hear the music come through better, and it still gives me some goosebumps today. Okay, so why you're here today, we're going to talk about breaking barriers through sport. I'll tell you a little bit about myself just briefly. I don't really like talking about myself too much, but want to try to create a picture of who I am and what I've done, to then try to understand why we're doing what we're doing in Tallahassee to break some of the barriers that currently exist here today. Okay. So, oh, can't get this to work. Okay. So this is what you need to do. Remember to claim your prize. We'll do that after. I'll send you a reminder again. Don't quite know if this clicker is working. Is it working? Oh, okay. So briefly about me. Most recently, I was the president for United Soccer Coaches, which is the largest soccer coaches organization in the world. I've been serving on it for 6 years. It's been great, but I'm so ready to take a step back and be done and support in different ways. I am also the founder and CEO for an account management, which we do a lot of consulting in the women's soccer game. That's actually how we've been able to fund and start up Tallahassee Reckoning. I was co-founder for the world-renowned or nationally renowned Girls Academy League that just started in 2020 because of COVID. Was an FSU soccer player, which was a great time. And then obviously now kind of why we're here today is with, yeah, that's good, with Tallahassee Reckoning. Okay. But since Florida State kind of rules the roost here, I wanted to make sure I put up some notes of my career from Florida State as a women's soccer alum. Again, don't really like to talk to about myself, but you can read those up there. Essentially, no, I was not an All-American. No, I was not a Herman Trophy award winner, but I played my role. And as you can see, my time at Florida State, we set a lot of the firsts for what is the dynasty today of Florida State women's soccer. Okay. Oh. So has anybody have you ever been told you can't do something? You're incapable of doing something? Yes? It's a little annoying, right? Like, how do you know what my abilities are? Okay. Then have you ever achieved something that you were told you were incapable of achieving? Right. Okay, good. So we have some common ground there. So this, I'm just going to show you a picture history of what this looks like for me. I wasn't allowed to play football because girls just don't play football. So of course, a fun story because my dad's in the audience. I played, my goodness. For my middle school team, I was the first girl to play football. I think the batteries are dying on this. And I was playing defensive end until my dad found out I was playing football. And then, of course, when he found out I was playing football, I became the kicker. But it was okay. I still broke some barriers, you know, for others who wanted to play or challenge systems, which was important. And sorry about this. Oh. Okay, well, while that's trying to click through, the point is with this, because it's a conversation about barriers, when you are told you can't do something, you have to realize that only you are the one that can limit yourself. When somebody is telling you that you are incapable for whatever reason, whether it's gender, race, ethnicity, any kind of demographic, it's really them projecting their own fears and of their own incapabilities and limitations on you. So when they say that, or if there's something put in place, it's just a barrier. Like, you choose your limitations and really you don't have any if you want to keep achieving. Okay, so jumping over now to Tallahassee and intertwining why we're here today with breaking barriers in Tallahassee through Tallahassee Reckoning. The two main barriers that we see are geographic, right? So if you look at Tallahassee, we're pretty isolated. So nearest city, big city is Jacksonville, then we have Orlando, Tampa, right? Too far away. Institutionally, we have some systems and structures that are put in place that create barriers for our youth here. And that's not just in soccer, and it's not just for girls, but it's all across the board. Do you guys have any barriers that you can think of that would fit in that institutional bucket? Yeah.
I'd say like social group.
Okay.
Definitely in terms of different academic spaces.
Okay, sure.
I was gonna say, like, geographically in Tallahassee, like a lot of the times the west side of town like stays on the west side, north side stays kind of over there. that kind of separated.
Okay. Yeah. So we're even like internally, we're even separated within Tallahassee. Yeah, certainly. Anything else you guys think of? No? Okay. So we're going to get into that a little bit more. I'll create a better picture of it. But there's definitely geographic barriers that affect all of the youth that we have here that are trying to compete at a higher level. And then we have some serious institutional barriers to talk about as well. So what we see right now, and this has been going on for decades in Tallahassee, I'll throw it all the way back to, I think it was 2001. I had a teammate at Florida State University, and she's from Tallahassee. She ended up playing at Florida State, which is not really common because Florida State's drawing the best talent from across the country. Typically, Tallahassee is not known for developing the best talent. Well, I asked her, I'm like, how the heck did you get here? How were you able to play here? She was guest playing for a team in Boca. Can you imagine that? How is that possible, right? To chase a dream. So current situation, because I've been in the youth space now for 7 years here in Tallahassee, working with players. We have players going to Concord, Georgia, Orlando, Jacksonville, Alabama. Our best players, our top elite talent are leaving Tallahassee so they can go chase a dream to acquire the resources that they need to be able to develop. That's a problem, okay? Geographically, we can't change that. Institutionally, where this comes into play is, unfortunately, like the Girls Academy that I set up, that is a national league. It competes with the ECNL, which is also a national league. Those leagues will not come into markets like Tallahassee. Big sponsors do not really come into markets like Tallahassee, except if you're Florida State or FAM, right? But the resources don't come here. The pathways don't really come here either. So those are the barriers that we are trying to break. And that's why when you start seeing these hashtags, time for change, time for reckoning, that's what those mean. We have to change it. These are our kids. These are the kids we know. These are the kids that you grew up with, or if you're in the workforce, it might be your coworker's daughter or your niece. It's the people in our community, and we need to start paying attention to that and investing in that. And these are some of the girls that are all going through it right now. So how do we do it? This is why we emerged. Tallahassee Reckoning right here. Great logo, by the way. I always talk about it. I can't handle it. It's so good. It's by Grova Creative. G. Williams and her team did a phenomenal job. And wait till you see our jerseys. If you didn't vote on them, you missed out a little bit there. But the jerseys are going to look killer too. So what are we? So I talked about those barriers. So how are we breaking them? Tallahassee Reckoning. Okay, what the heck does that mean? So we are a women's soccer franchise. We are looking to fill the void and the gap that's creating these institutional and geographic barriers by offering programming that runs from August to April for our top tier elite players on the girls' side. And then we have this is the very fun part for the fans, right? We have our W League team playing and our reserves team playing in the summer of 2024. So we are, as a club, impact-driven, player-centered, and community-fueled, okay? Very important to remember those pieces. Oh. This is our mission. You can read through it, but again, the gist of it is we are trying to break those geographic and institutional barriers and develop a player holistically, okay? Our vision, I'll give you a second to read that. But then our vision tying into our mission is, over time, we want to be the place where our local players come, but then international, domestic players come. Like, we are known for developing players. So think about 8 years from now, could we see the first national team player from Tallahassee? Would that be wild? That's crazy. That'd be unheard of. But guess what? We have kids in that pipeline right now. We have a girl that is playing that is in the USYS Youth National Team system. I think she was there as a freshman. We can't support her in the way that we're currently structured. We have a girl that, unfortunately, she just moved to Indiana. Well, she'll get the resources that she needs. But but she was playing on the Honduran national team too, youth national team, right? We have another girl that is playing for the U.S. Virgin Islands national team. We have talent here, but they reach a level that then we cannot sustain and support their development, okay? So that's a vision. So we have the players, we will keep training, developing, help develop and support coaches, but we want to be known for that. So this is a bit of how we do it, okay? We have established youth clubs in the area. We want to be able to partner with them, okay? We want to be able to run community clinics. And then, like I said, you build on top of that. We have our college and pro track training and development. And we also have futures programs too, which are your middle school players. Then our showcase team, we actually have a couple of scrimmages set up for the springtime where they are going to be playing some colleges, which is fun. They will also play in the summertime, like I said, along with our W League team. And then Grand Vision, we go pro. We can expand to pro. But we have to prove first that this model will work here. This is a bit of the timeline that works with. So we announced officially publicly in June of 2023. Our teams kick off in 24. Fingers crossed, put all the good vibes out there. We can break ground on a stadium in 25, 26. And then 26, 27, that's our first inaugural season with a pro team. And then we have the full pipeline built here in Tallahassee, focusing on our players and keeping the top talent here, okay? While that's happening, we have to grow fandom. We need all of you. We need all the community to support and be behind this. At the same time, we are also growing the access and support and resources that all of our girls need, not just the top tier elite players. We want access for everyone. The sport belongs to everyone. Okay, so with all that grand vision, here are three key priorities that we're looking at. I want to make sure we're always transparent what we're doing. And anytime you guys want to know more about what we're doing, please ask. There's no secrets. There's no hidden agendas. This is for the girls. It's for our community. Okay. So top priority right here, we want to invest in the human, right? So that goes with our players, our coaches, and the staff that we hire. It's really important that we are investing in developing in each and every one of them and bringing in the top resources and support that they need to develop too. The second piece is that stadium. So I guess the best way to try to create a picture is think of an appropriate scaled down version of IMG in Tallahassee for women's soccer. Okay, that's what we're looking for without the $60,000 a year price tag. Cost is a barrier. That's one we did not talk about. That is one that we will try to reduce severely, and hopefully the end goal is that it's eliminated so we have more of an academy system like in Europe, okay? Then that third piece, critical piece is the community. We have to have the community out. So when you think about on Saturdays when Florida State football is playing or FAM football is playing, everything's shut down, right? You see people driving in their cars with their flags on the windows and hey, it's game day. Like everybody knows about it. Over time, that's what we want to create here. We want it to be part of the social fabric of our local community, of our students, of the greater Tallahassee area. It's just something that we look forward to, we get excited about, and we're talking about. So then here, breaking down all of these pieces, like where are we now? So like I said, we have our training program going. We have invested an incredible amount of money into the resources that we're providing for our players. We have brought in women-specific professionalized resources such as Kitman Labs, Catapult, Player Maker, Bridge Athletics, and then we've brought in one of the best high-performance coaches that's been in the NWSL. He's worked with Olympians and international players, and he is in an advisory leadership role with us. He's absolutely fantastic in building out a very, very good program for us. But to stay true to our mission, we want to develop our local people too, right? So he's working with folks that we have brought in from Florida State on strength and conditioning that are specifically with women's soccer, trying to get them up and going to see if this would be something that they could take over more in a full-time capacity. Okay. Then we are also working with students with FAMU and Florida State, trying to invest in them and make sure that they are getting the access to development resources that they might want and need and exposure for their careers too. One other mentionable for the staff is that on the business ops side, our most recent hire was Nadine Trauber, and look her up. She's phenomenal. She's probably one of the best in the game for behind the scenes operations, game day experiences that has been with US Soccer, CONCACAF. So doing things with like World Cup qualifiers, working with DC United Women, Washington Spirit, DC United, NC Courage, and consulting with NWSL. So we're very serious about bringing in the resources that are needed to not only develop our players and coaches, but also the staff and the students that we have with us, okay? The second piece, the resources. So the fun, unnerving part is we need to build a facility. So we need to make sure that this model works, but a key component to getting to pro is a facility. We don't have the appropriate facilities to have a pro team here yet. So we do have a steering committee put together. We've been working together now for the last 2-3 months. We're looking at where's the land, where's the access, where's the resources, who are the other key stakeholders, who else wants to plan development in terms of facilities. So that is active, and something we're pushing to bring to fruition. Okay. And then finally, the community piece. Well, we're at events like this, right? We're trying to create awareness. A lot of people still don't know who we are or why we are, or even trust us to do what we're trying to do. So we're trying to get our brand out there, get it recognized, mix and mingle, build those relationships, build that trust. And one of the things that we just did, and I hope we continue to do this and engage, our players sat down with Grova Creative and designed our jerseys. So they came up with 6 different kits between field players, home and away, and goalkeeper jerseys. And then we launched the public voting on them. So the voting has been done. I have the results. We will reveal them, but not yet. We're going to do it in a fun manner. But those are the ways that we want to be able to engage the community. We want you all to know that this is your club. Like, you get to do the fun part. Come out, have a great experience, go support the team, do all those things. Oh, it's almost there. I think it's been a long week at Impact Week. Oh. Okay. So with that, again, we cannot do this without the support of the community, whether it's locally in Tallahassee or the larger soccer community, period. We need ambassadors. We need allies, advocates. So what can you do? We need each of you. You can follow us on social media. You can share. You can engage with us. You can call us out if you think we're doing something that we should be doing better, or doing something that we haven't done yet. That's totally fine. Like, let us know. We'll definitely need tons of volunteers, especially for game day experiences, because we will put on a professional match. One like we would do at Washington Spirit. It will be a great time, but volunteers will be needed. Definitely need to go buy your season tickets. We'll run a Black Friday special next Friday, if you buy a season ticket, you will get a jersey, the inaugural jersey, which will not be revealed yet. So you'll have to take a leap of faith that you're going to love it. Then verified supporters, businesses, we need sponsorships, and then donations. We are setting up a 501c3 to make sure that we have a separate arm, that all that can go directly to the players' costs and resources. Okay, I think this is the last slide anyways, but this is a reminder to follow us on social, post your pictures, engage with us, come on that journey. We definitely need you. So with that, that's what I wanted to share with you all for now, but I would love to take any questions that you all might have. And if you don't have questions, and I have some questions for you guys. So any questions? Yep. They are not part of the team, but they have, we'll run tryouts. We have our first ID session in December, but those are all girls that have similar stories. So some of them might have graduated already and have gone through the system in Tallahassee and are currently playing in college. Some of those girls are on their journeys within Tallahassee, but they're all players that I've either coached or that we've known from going through the environment in Tallahassee. Any other questions? Yep.
I just saw, like, for the stadium to be built in 2025 or to begin building, it seems like a lot has to go into at least funding for that. So do you expect, do you have a different type of strategy for I guess, raising money and growing that? Or, I mean, obviously it starts with the fans. It just seems like such a daunting task. Kind of speak into that.
Yeah, it's a great question. Absolutely right. It is daunting. When we do look at facility development and going pro, we are going to have to bring in investors, like the multi-million-dollar investors, but we have to be very strategic with that too, because I think one of the beautiful things that I've grown to love about Tallahassee are the people and the market in it. You're not stuck in the rat race. People care about each other. It's live, work, play. It's like a preserved treasure, really, that's lost in a lot of areas. I was in DC, the DC Metro area for 14 years, and it's a rat race. It's a grind, and people run into you, like literally physically run into you, and just keep going, and they don't say sorry. It's those kind of things that I think have been lost, but are preserved here. So whoever we have come in and invest is the same thing that we're working on with coaches. They have to be the right people. Right. So when investors come in, they have to understand why we're doing it, why this community is so special, and why they should feel honored and privileged to be able to invest here. But 100% daunting, completely. But we have a lot of external support and people that think this is going to be a flagship for what the modern model of soccer in the U.S. will be. Yep. Question? Yep. Absolutely. So there's plans and efforts and there's challenges, right? So there are systems and structures that are already established and in place. And I think it's a lot of trust building with those current institutions to know that we're not just trying to come take players or coaches or, do anything like that of what they've already established. So it's challenging, right? I can't just email a club and say, hey, will you push this out? And they'll be like, no, we don't believe you yet, right? They don't believe what we're trying to do yet is in the benefit of the girls. It's more of unfortunately, it's more of a threat right now. We are, however, trying to actively work with the high schools and say, we've come up with a whole plan of having a high school advisory panel, council that would get all of the girls involved, because everyone's not going to play on the team. Do you know what I mean? There's going to be 30 spots on a team, and that's it. But that doesn't mean they can't be part of it, right? So the girls in the community, we want them to be able to use this as a platform for their voice too, and voice through soccer. And that's why the high school advisory panel is going to be so important. So we've already notified the coaches about it. Didn't get a lot of reception from it yet, but we're going to circle back around in January, and hopefully that's something we can kick off. If you want to learn more about what we're going to do there, With the Girls Academy, I established the advisory panel there, and it covers all of the clubs and the players across the country that are in that system. And it gives them the platform, not the voice. Everyone has a voice, right? We don't give them a voice. They have a voice, but we gave them the platform and the tools to be able to advocate for themselves, to utilize, to mentor, like all those kind of things. So that's what we want to kind of replicate with the high school advisory panel. Any other questions? Oh my gosh, Grova Creative, yes. They are amazing. She is. She's phenomenal. Absolutely. No, love it. Love it. Oh, thank you. Yeah, she did a great job. Honestly, she sat down with me for 1 hour. She asked me all these questions. And then a week later, they came back and had like 6 different logos. And I'm like, okay, I want these 4. And she's like, well, you can have 1. She's like, that's too much brand confusion. I'm like, but we need to be able to use these other ones. They're so good. So it was really hard to land on the one that we did. They did. I mean, her and her team do an incredible job. Yeah. Trying to. So met with them. I know they've had some transition in their department. So just waiting on next steps on what we need to do to get on their website, to be visible, to, all those fun things. Yeah. Any other questions?
Audience, anything else? Now that I have the mic working.
Okay. Well, if you all don't have questions, I have questions for you, and I would love for you to engage and answer. Did I paint a clear enough picture to understand what we're trying to do? Like from starting right now to the grand vision? Yeah. Okay. So knowing what we're trying to do and emerge, this is your team, your club, your community. What would you want to see from a professional soccer club? Remember, we're starting out semi-pro first and hoping to build to professional. So what's important to you all? Are there initiatives? Are there like, hey, we need to make sure we are as eco-friendly as possible? We should align with this kind of group. What's important to you all?
Community involvement.
Okay.
Community involvement.
Community involvement, such as?
I think for me, a lot of times we see organizations, even with Impact Week, come in and try to bring resources from the outside and get the community involved. But really, where I've seen a lot of value is by asking people to participate, by seeing who's not there and actively seeking them out and saying, hey, you are invited, this is for you, this is part of it. And it sounds like they're doing that, but definitely a key part of making this an impact. I mean, I can already see my own daughter getting into the funnel and participating, even if it's just as a volunteer or supporting from the outside. I think it's a great opportunity to highlight the value of where sports can make an impact for everyone. So I think that's kind of where I'm coming from, is making sure so a lot of the traditional mechanisms for getting involved in the community don't seem to work. Mm-hmm. It really is kind of more of that grassroots kind of effort. As a community, and when I mean community, I mean it's probably going person to person and saying, this is for you, we want you here, we want you to be part of it.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate you sharing that. Very good. Got one back here.
I can project.
Okay.
I'm going to come at this more from the spectator perspective.
Yep.
I think we spoke earlier when we were on the panel about the entertainment value. I think that will play a strong part in the show, because ultimately, in the end, you're going to the show, you're seeing athletes perform, and I just really think that the entertainment value will be a big key.
Right. No, absolutely. Look, and when I entered the professional space, well, that's not quite true. I was going to say I started it, but I didn't. I forgot I had a life before women's soccer. I worked in basketball, men's and women's basketball. But when I jumped into soccer, I was game day operations. And I had a blast. And it was amazing. And we took a lot of things that we learned from the Washington Wizards and Mystics and pulled it in. But the game day experience, you're spot on. But it has to be, to your point, it has to be inclusive. So it has to be for the dads and daughters, right? It has to be for the families. It has to be for your college students. It has to be for your retired citizens. It has to be for your abled citizens, right? It has to be a very fun and inclusive environment. And trust me when I say Nadine Trauber runs one heck of a game day. Not to put pressure on her, so let's not share this with her, but she does a phenomenal job running a game. But to connect your points again, we're always taking feedback. So if you go to a game and you're like, the hot dog, like I'll always complain about the hot dogs. I'm like, I don't know my problem, my issue, but it's like the bun wasn't good enough, or it was too cold, or it was perfect. But any kind of feedback is always great, because we're doing, like, the show that we're putting on is for you all. The other stuff that we work on, 5 days out of the week of training and developing our players and coaches, that's for them. But we want to put on a show for you all. Right? Any other? Yeah.
You asked in the sense of what's important to us.
Yes.
I think, if you came to this community and you saw an abundance of talent, like talent was overflowing, it would be, an amazing opportunity. You could have your pick of the lick, right? All the cream. I think kind of building that pipeline would be just an ideal situation, right? And to me, that starts with the girls and the young ladies and women in this community. And if we are creating opportunities for that now, right? No restrictions at all, no matter what school you go to or what area of the surrounding counties, et cetera, we can create some creative opportunities for them to be involved, in sports, volunteerism, et cetera. You're creating that pipeline for the future. I love to see that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I appreciate that. And you're right on. That is very important to us. Again, the inclusion part of it, and being able to make sure everyone has access to opportunity, whether that's on the field or off the field. Again, we do face some challenges. So I would say that even if you don't see things happen immediately, know that we're working towards it. So getting out into the larger community is super important. That requires staff and that requires some volunteers. But again, like earlier I said, it's so important to me, like, who's doing it. So if we're putting somebody out there, they're representing us and what we're trying to do. So that person needs to be vetted. They need to be trained well, and they need to understand our philosophy. And then once we have that set, then it's easy to have different activations and community events to make sure that we're getting around the full community. The other part, honestly, when we talk about like clinics and stuff, fields are a nightmare. Fields are an absolute nightmare to get a hold of. For example, our training program that we run for these elite players, I was able to get one day, 2 hours only, and not a great time slot, 3:30 to 5:30 on the turf field at Meadows, because I'm the newcomer. And I don't want to start any kind of controversy, but those are facts. And it's the equitable share of resources that doesn't exist here. And that's something that, again, we're going to have to keep pushing and challenging and bringing to light. Again, not to start controversy, but it has to be equitable practices. It's 2023, right? We're trying to do something really good for the girls in our community. So people need to listen and need to pay attention and hopefully need to make the right choices. Anything else? Anything else that's really important?
Does it have to be like an actual field, or can we find some land?
Yeah. As long as it is accessible to people that they can travel to. How
much? Is it an acre, or is it...
For actual training?
Yeah.
Or, yeah. We can do technical stuff in very small size. The size of a field is all we need. And that's fine. And then even for like a stadium, just, again, finding something that's accessible, because what we don't want to do, and I think to the point that he was making, is that the majority of our resources are in the Northeast, right? Well, that's what I love what, Bold and Gold is doing, because they're set up in an area where those kids usually have to trek like 45 minutes. And then most parents or families don't have that time or capability or transportation to be able to do that. So we need to have different site locations so that kids aren't trying to jump on buses or get like Uber Kids or whatever it's called now. Like I don't think we're that kind of community. So finding different spaces around Tallahassee is going to be important for training and clinics and everything. Okay.
Awesome. Well, thank you for attending.
It was good.
Actually,
All right.
Thank you very much for
Yeah.
joining us here at Impact Week. Lots of discussions. So we've had conversations with multiple speakers about continuing these series throughout the year, not just once a year. So look for more to come. We'll be back in just a few minutes on the live stream at what's the hour? 3 o'clock. In about 10 minutes with Jackie Brown Consulting, 3 p.m. at the Digital Dome here at the Challenger Center. Again, Ashley Fontes, TLH Reckoning, thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. So don't forget, grab your shirts before you leave. Please post, take a picture, post, tag us. All those little things help for sure. And then if you have any questions,
Oh, it's so good to see you. I didn't see you. Thank you guys for coming. Thank you for the clicker. Sorry. Thanks, Chad. All right, let's see if this thing is working. Well, maybe the clicker's not it.
If you have a clicker, it needs the dongle in the computer.
Hey, you don't really love it. You're all over it though. That's good. So I'm here to help you like social media. I don't expect you to love it. And it's changing all the time. So that's going to be really difficult because once you start liking it, it's going to change. All right, that's okay. So I'm going to show you how you can create a strategy that can make your social media easier and make it work for your business. Who's in for that? Yes, right. Love it. Awesome. Okay. See what slide we're on. Okay. So who looks like this little girl? Everybody loves social media. Ooh, last nerve. All right. Juanita, thank you. Okay. So it is social media still changing. The platforms are changing. Facebook and Instagram, which are one company, they are trying in Europe a paid version that is ad-free. So most of the companies that I work with, they do ads on social media because that's how it's very easy to get a great demographic, really nice, tight target marketing on social media. But if you are on a paid version, like they're trialing in Europe, you won't see any ads. Owners. No more owners. No more customers and money. Wow. Yes. So we need to really kind of rethink social media. Now is the time, because if that does go well in Europe, they're going to bring it here to the States. And then it would be nice as a social media user who does not want to use it for their business to not see ads, maybe, right? But I know there's so many things that I have been inspired to buy, because of social media marketing. And for small businesses, it is a very inexpensive way to advertise your business and get the word out, okay? So let's see what we can do. There are some strategies that still work. Juanita, thank you. This is what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about creating a focused approach, okay? So that means we're not just going to throw everything up on the wall, okay? We're going to really be focused and use social media in small little bits to make it work for us. Because who's tired of working for it? Everybody raising their hands now. Yeah, now you're all in it. That's good. Love it. All right. We're also going to talk about setting metrics. So metrics are just whatever you want to measure your social media success by. Does it mean more followers? That's a metric. Does it mean better engagement? That's a metric. Does it mean more sales that come from social media to your website? That's a metric. So we're going to set those so we know what we're going to measure so we can make sure we're a success. And we're also going to look at defining your audience. So if you have a product or something and you're going to advertise it to everybody, that's not effective. It's like shooting a shotgun that one of our speakers the other day talked about. You want to be really targeted with your approach, and picking a target market is going to help us with that, okay? We also are going to talk about selecting content types. So content types means, is it going to be a blog post? Is it going to be a video? Is it going to be a still photograph content post? That's what I mean by different content types, okay? You guys get your questions all ready for me. I love it. And then we're also going to talk about investing in planning. How many people sit down in the morning and are like, oh, what am I going to post about today? Anybody? Some hands raised? Yeah. Nope, no more. I want you guys to plan it out. And we're going to talk about how to use calendar and systems that are already in place and typically free to help you out
planning this out so that you do not have that stress every morning, because who hates stress? Yeah, raise your hand. Good. Okay, carrying your branding through. You created a brand, you have a business that you've created a logo, you've got your colors. Hopefully you talked about what your brand voice is, and we'll get into that a little bit. But when you do any kind of campaigns through social media, that should all be tied through. You want to make sure that you are not looking like some different company trying to sell your product. So we'll talk about that too. And then finally today, we're going to talk about measuring your results. So we talked about metrics, right? What you're going to measure, but you have to finish the circle. You have to check your metrics to make sure that you have reached the goal that you set, or if you didn't, what do you need to do differently? Okay, Juanita? Juanita, please, thank you.
Actually, we did get the dongle if you want to try the presenter.
Okay, we're going to have a clicker. Sorry about that.
I just did that. Well, maybe it's to the other one.
I don't have the power yet, but I'm going to get it. You watch out. All right. So let's talk about content pillars. Anybody know what content pillars are? I know I'm throwing a lot of definitions at you, but they'll help you, I promise. I promise. So when you're building a building, let's think about a house on the beach, and it has to be elevated, right? Because the water may come in. Those homes are built on pillars, right? Content pillars are what you should develop for your business, for your brand, and those are going to support your business. They are what you want to talk about, what you want to sell, what you can create a social media campaign around. So if I have a sporting goods store, one of my content pillars could be new products. Another content pillar could be things in the community that deal with sports. A third thing could be the charitable contribution that I'm going to make throughout the year, and that's another content pillar. Does that make sense? Everybody got that? Good. Okay. So when we're talking about doing a focused approach for your social media campaigns, I want you just to take one pillar. Let's do a new product. If you're a sports gear store, we're going to do new products, okay? And let's say those new products is yoga gear. This is an easy example for me because I usually live in yoga gear, so I love it. So that's what we're going to talk about. That's just one pillar. When you just focus your ideas, it'll be easier to plan and easier to scale. I'm not saying ignore the other ideas, the other content pillars, but for this example, we're going to just take one and work through the whole process, and then you can go back and pick another content pillar and work through the process again. Sound easier already, right? Yes, love it. All right, next. Thank you. All right, setting your metrics. Oh, my little people got all fuzzy. That's what people are now, right? Fuzzy. So setting your metrics. Do you want more followers? Do you want to see an increase in engagement, or do you want to see an increase in exposure? People know about your brand. Or do you want to make more sales? And I circled that one because it's an easy one with my example. So decide what you want to measure, because that makes a whole difference in how you're going to set up your content for social media and how you're going to track it. Okay? Okay, next. All right, find your audience. So what is my product? What's my content pillar that we're focused on? It is new yoga gear, right? Who typically wears yoga gear? Moms. What did you say? Women. Excellent. Over here? Moms, yes. So who should be my target audience? Moms, right? Maybe professionals or people who like to work out, right? But we are not going to target everybody who could ever wear yoga gear in the world, right? We're not going to target the college students who live in yoga gear, right? We're not going to do that. We're not going to talk about the older people who are, now empty nesters, moms, busy moms. We're going to separate our audience. That's going to help us to create the right content. And if we do advertisements, we know exactly who we're trying to reach, okay? And also, because I have a sports gear store, those women come into my store a little bit, but I know they don't come in very much. So consider the audience you're going to use or focus on to have another effect into your store, into your business. Is it somebody that doesn't typically come into your business that you want to have them come in more often? Okay. So that's what we're going to do, target our audience, and we're going to pick those moms who love wearing yoga gear. Okay. Next. Thank you. Now we're going to select the content types. Any busy moms here in the audience? Okay, we got some, right? Do you all love reading blogs? Yeah, not really, right? Right? So should we put a blog out about our new yoga gear focused on busy moms? So you guys already know. You already know. It's great. So consider your audience and how they want to consume information. How do they want to consume the content? How can they see what you're doing quickly and easily? And they're used to that in their lifestyle. So it just flows into their busy life, right? So should we do videos? Yeah? Yeah? Good. Probably. Good. Should we do content that is just a photo, maybe showing of a model wearing the clothes, right? We want to see how they look on people. Should we do an ebook about? No. If they're not going to read a blog, they're not going to read an ebook, right? So think about your audience first before you decide what type of content to create to support this pillar, right? Great. Next. Juanita, please. Juanita, please. Thank you. Okay. Now we're going to invest in planning. Who loves to sit down and like get a spreadsheet out and plan everything out? Then you know, one person. I love you. You're my bestie. I love it. It's good. But who also does not enjoy every morning sitting down at the computer and thinking, what am I going to post today? Ugh. Everybody, right? So you have to pick the pain point that is least painful, which I would say is planning, right? Because then you have the stress just one time of the week, right? So we want to plan out what you're going to post, what your messaging should be, how you're going to post it, and on what platforms, okay? And I highly recommend that if you have a team of people or even just some great friends, get them together and ask them, okay? So all this has happened before we have gotten the new product in. We know it's coming. We know when it's going to arrive. We're planning out the promotion of this product before it even arrives. So get into the habit of pre-planning your social media, okay? So we also want to get a calendar. You can make one with Google Sheets, Google Docs, you can use as a calendar. Decide when you're going to post, and you can look up some demographics for our busy moms. When are they going to be the most busy? I would say weekdays at 3 o'clock, because what are they doing? Picking up kids. Everybody knows. That's right. So if you posted then and wondering why no one saw your post, consider your audience. Who are you trying to market to? When are they most open to seeing that? And there are some great websites. You can find that out. Even Facebook and Instagram can show you the best times to post to this audience are. So use those and post appropriately. Okay. So also we want to find the right pictures and video. If we're doing a yoga product and we are not showing the new yoga product, that might be a problem, right? As a person looking at that online visual, I'm expecting the product to look like that visual. So if the company who makes that yoga product, if they make videos, can you get them? Can you get a set early and you can take pictures with the model? All this has to be pre-planned before you jump on social media. And I know it sounds like a lot, but once it's rolling, you're done. It can roll out and you're done. So always invest in the planning process. Any questions? Okay, good. They're all with me. Juanita? Okay, and this one I really feel strongly about. Whatever your brand is, whatever the colors that you've talked about, whatever font choices, whatever voice, are you casual? Are you very strict and straightforward? Are you very professional, very business? You want to carry that messaging style through on your social media. You want the colors to be the same. You want your logo to be the same. If you're a really casual store and your messaging is, we are here, we will be here, always, always, you're mixing the messaging to your audience, okay? If you have trouble figuring that out, think about the style of verbiage that you built on your website. Is it the same as the brand messaging you want to carry through your social media? Especially if you're looking to sell more products, you want to take people from social media to your shopping page, right? And the messaging, the verbiage should be the same. If not, you're going to confuse your customers and they're not going to have that trust in you and they're not going to buy. Okay, good. All right, next. Thank you. Okay, so measure your results. If you have yoga gear and you know when it comes in and you're going to measure the amount of sales, we're not doing engagement. We don't care how many followers we get. We want to see how many hard dollars come into the store. So we're building content that says, hey, come to the store. Hey, you can find it online. And then we're going to take a baseline of what our sales are. Okay. So if you sell maybe 10% of this product normally, what goal do you want to set for this promotion? You would want to recoup your investment for the ads, right? So let's say you want to sell 40% of this product. Okay, so you know what inventory you have, when it comes in, determine how much 40% is, set that number, and that's what your goal is. You've got to have some kind of metric to make sure what you're doing on social media is being worth your time and your investment. Because I do recommend, especially with the landscape of social media now, is that you pay for some ads, not very much, you don't have to do much, but if they're at a targeted audience, if you've got your messaging correct, you've got the content in a way that they want to consume, you're spending that money very pointedly and you will see results, okay? So make sure you know what what metrics that you're doing and set a baseline before you start putting your social media out there, okay? Next. All right, so when you take the time to invest in the planning, the structure of your social media, it will take away that stress. So I'm going to recap for people just a little bit. It's not a long presentation, it's good. I can take a lot of questions, so get those questions ready for me, okay? So we want to determine the content pillar that we want to focus on, right? Then we want to figure out who is the best audience for that content. And we want to really define that, make it really small, high and tight, right? Then we want to decide how does that audience want to consume the message? Video, ebook, do they want to do just regular content posts? All of it should direct back to what your metric is. Do you want more sales? Do you want more followers? That verbiage needs to go into your content. Buy now, check it out, brand new product, things like that. Whatever your metric is, make sure that your content is worded that correctly, okay? And then we're going to double check our metrics. Set a baseline. What do you want to do better than? Because when your social media campaign is over, and a campaign is just a length of time that you're promoting a certain product, service, you're talking about this certain thing, okay? That's just a campaign. You can have an ad for your campaign or just social media posts. That can be your campaign. So set a baseline for that so that when you reach the end of that campaign, you have something to celebrate because you did great work in planning in order to reach that metric, okay? And think in advance. Plan in advance. If you know that you're getting new product in at a certain date, back up how often, how long you think it takes you to plan that content out, okay? I don't want anyone sitting there frustrated to try and throw something on social media in that morning because it's not going to be the best that you can have it. It's not going to be directed to the right audience. You're going to know that you have to go do emails and just, let me just get it out there. It's not going to be the best representation for your brand. Okay. And then we're going to celebrate. Yeah? Okay, I know this was very quick, but I wanted to leave a lot of space for questions because anytime I talk about social media, I get a lot of questions. So I hope that you guys brought some questions. Any questions for me? Yes, Chad?
Every social media platform has a different way of engaging their users.
Yes.
So what type of content is best for the maximized engagement depending on the platform?
Great. He said, what type of content is best to maximize engagement on the variety of platforms? Okay. I'm not a huge fan of X. However, it can give you great engagement and community. So content for that would be thought-provoking questions, any kind of survey, if you're telling information that you want people's feedback. So you want to basically start a conversation. That's what X or Twitter, if you're old like me and figure it out, that's the best one for that platform. For Facebook, you have a really wide variety, and I like using Facebook to redirect to my website because you want to get people off social media and on just your brand, right? You want to take them out of there looking at everybody just to look at your stuff. So redirecting, which could be done with a video, with a post, ebook, almost all platform content styles can be used on Facebook. And Instagram, of course, is great for visuals, videos. I would not do long content that you have to read on Instagram. It's just not what that platform is made for. And therefore, the customers are not used to seeing like an ebook on Instagram, right? Again, it's a great way to show a cool visual to turn people back to your website to get your ebook, to get more long form content, right? And there's lots of other platforms. I don't know if I want to get into YouTube, obviously, for videos, right? Nobody's going to read an ebook on YouTube, right? So, LinkedIn is a really good one to talk about how you are professionally either changing the game, engaging, learning new things that you learned. So it's a little bit of the place I like to call the bragging rights place. What are you doing? What have you done? Not so much if you're looking to get a new job, because that's you're selling yourself. That's a whole different thing. But if you're promoting your business through LinkedIn, you want to show what you're doing to stay on top of what your industry is, what you've learned, who you've met, what you're doing in the community. So that was a good one to LinkedIn.
So sometimes I post a lot, but I'm trying to be strategic with my posts.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes I post a lot, and I try to be strategic with my posts.
Mm-hmm.
I do go through a funk sometimes on LinkedIn to where all this week I haven't posted yet, but I posted something on Facebook. And so figuring out, is it okay to have that funk, or making sure I'm not in that funk for the full week and try to post something. I'm going to post something for Impact this week now on it, but because I am expected to post, sometimes I just won't take pictures and just go about my day.
Right. You could still do on LinkedIn where you've been, because I know you've been here several times this week. Even the post that you shared on Facebook, because I follow you, I know Renee. You could take that same thing and then talk about how you enjoyed Impact Week as far as a Tallahassee community event.
Perfect. That was one of my follow-ups that I was going to
Yeah, so just change the verbiage instead of, I hung out with Mike from Capital City Pedicabs, and I see you, Mike. But that would be a great way to say what you learned as a professional and what or your business was affected by. Okay.
Do you like videos on LinkedIn?
Love videos on LinkedIn.
And so knowing
shorter videos.
Even taking my rapid response and CareerSource tidbits, maybe just throwing something out there did you know this is what I'm able to help you with?
Yeah.
Going from there.
That brings up a good point, and I know you other people have questions. I will get to them, but I do want to say, sorry, Rich. Am I over time? No, I got plenty of time.
We have some online questions.
Oh,
as well.
sweet.
So,
okay.
Online viewers.
So I want to say when you're planning your content, this goes back to what type of content works for your audience and your pillars. Doing a long video is awesome. Renee's shaking her head. Work with me, hold on. Make a long video about your content. Now chop it into little bits. So you have a yoga gear. You have booked a model, you've booked a photographer, a videographer, or you're doing it yourself. That's fine, no judgments, right? You're going to spend like an hour or two of her turning around, showing off the product. We look at the product. Take a really long video. There's your YouTube right there. Okay. Now let's break it into 1 minute. There's your Instagram. 2 minutes, there's your Facebook. 3 minutes, there's your LinkedIn, right? So I want you guys to not stress out about making this content. Always start with the biggest, longest option, and then how can you cut it into small sections and reuse that content to help you save time. Yeah? Did you have a question, Matt? I'm sorry, Rich, I'll get to you in a second.
Yeah, just a quick question on the way the algorithm is set up. How do you determine what you're going to pay in an ad versus what you're just going to post to your followers? How do you make that determination?
So when you're doing an ad and you get on Facebook or Meta Business Suite, because you want to post an ad on Facebook and Instagram, you determine your demographics, what audience, where they are, the age, if there's any other interest. I want someone who's interested in yoga, if we're going with this example, right? Somebody who's very active. You can put all that information into the Meta Business Suite, and it will say our suggested reach is X number of people. Okay. And then if you say, okay, how long, if I run it for 2 weeks, how many people am I supposedly going to reach? And then I highly recommend that you think to yourself, can I service even half of those people? If you only have 6 sets of that yoga gear coming in, you don't need to advertise to 1 million people, right? So just do a little thought process that way. But moving those numbers around, how many, how long, if I want to spend $10 a day, do I want to spend the whole budget is $300 to run for 2 weeks? You can put those numbers in on the Meta Business Suite, and it will tell you about how many people you can reach. But honestly, consider, could you service those people? Even half of that number. Because I want your money to go as far as it can go. And getting a whole bunch of people to come to your store and then you sell out the first day, now you look bad because you sell out the first day. So really watch that. That's a great question.
That's a great problem to have.
It is a great problem to have. I wish everybody had that problem.
So you touched on some of this. So an online question came in a couple minutes ago, and it says, does Jackie recommend a single channel as your main focus, or do you suggest distributing content across every platform?
So I suggest distributing content across all platforms that work for your business. So if your business services the majority of people, Facebook is great. If your business can give you great visuals, if you write a book, Instagram may be tough for you, right? You can make it work. You should make it work because Instagram is still having a lot of growth. But if you write a book, YouTube might be hard. So always focus on what your business is and who your business wants to reach to determine what platforms that you should use. And I don't want people making new content all over. Of course, it should be sized appropriate. Most of the platforms have different sizes that the graphics need to be. But again, if you go make this big content video and chop it into little sections to disseminate out on the different platforms, it's a very efficient way to run social media. So that was a good online question. Thank you.
Can I get to one more online real quick?
Yeah, and then we'll get Krista here.
I'm a small business owner and I just don't have time to post. What are my resource options?
What are the resource options? Hi. Yeah, this is what I do. I have several businesses that I run their social media. I create the strategy for them. I decide what content pillars are going to work. I create the graphics for them and the copy, get their approval. I will schedule it. I monitor their social media if they have people who ask questions or messages through any of the platforms. I unfortunately do not do TikTok because that would take up my whole day. I don't know how do people live when they do TikTok. However, I can be the resource for small businesses. Yeah. Thank you. Krista, you had a question? Is it on?
Professional services focused in Tallahassee.
Yes.
What do you suggest to reach the local community? And also, well, let's start with it. Let's start there.
Okay. So I would first say people want to work with other people that they trust, that they know and they trust. And if you have all these great services, but nobody sees you and what you're doing, it's going to be a harder connect than if they see a video of you walking into a business that you're about to do training for. If they see you at your computer working on a phone call with a client, people want to see what it's going to be like to work with you. I don't care what kind of business you are. If you're a dry cleaner, take that video of you walking into the store. People want to know what they're going to get, right? And professional services, you can have this broad category, but do videos, even though it may seem weird for you to do videos because you're talking with people but that's what people want to see. What's it going to be like? So being open and transparent is going to be really helpful in any business, okay? And you had a second question?
My second question is, in using LinkedIn specifically, because that's the one I'm on right now, how do you target regions?
For ads?
Not for ads, for your content. Like, well, if I have something going on, a face-to-face leadership series, for instance, in Tallahassee, how do I target Tallahassee with a post on LinkedIn, right? Besides saying, hey, Tallahassee businesses, call me.
I would prefer you do an ad. You don't have to spend that much. LinkedIn is a little bit more expensive than, of course, Facebook and Instagram, but you're going to get bigger bang for your buck on there because it is professional and you're doing professional services. So instead of just doing a post that you can't control who sees it, when we're scrolling on social media, no matter what it is, you don't know when that person's going to stop. And your post may be just right there at the bottom and they miss it, right? You don't have control over that. You also don't have control over if that platform decides they want to show your post to X number of people. We don't have control over that. But when you place an ad that says, I want this ad to go to these people at this time, and they need to be interested in this and looking for this, you pay for that. It's very targeted. So I would highly recommend that. And the majority of ads are at the top of your little scroll screen, your news feed, right? So you're more likely to get exposure. I would pay for that for sure.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes, Chad.
You know, I like the challenging questions.
Oh.
So let's say you have two ad campaigns.
Okay.
You run both of them the exact same way. The first one is your most engaging post, the most likes, the most comments, the most shares, but it returned, your call to action didn't return any sales. Then you run the exact same campaign again, which had almost no engagement except somebody bought something. How do you determine your strategy after that?
Are they the same graphic and the same method?
Same audience, same target,
and
two different times.
2 different times.
Correct.
Okay. So I would analyze the time. Chad's got to challenge me. I'll get you later, Chad. But I would analyze the time. Did one go Thursday through Monday? Did the other one go Monday through Friday? It could be a slight issue that you have more visibility eyes over the weekend, but here somebody was serious because it's during the week. Because they did a call to action, click to buy, and these people just had engagement, right? That's what you said, that engagement, and this one is a call to action. I would analyze what day that person clicked the call to action, and then do a third one just on that day, Wednesday for the next month, if they bought it on a Wednesday. It may be the day, but it's really hard to track that algorithm to say the same graphics, the same message. This week it was great. The second week in the month it was not great.
That's what I was going to add too. Is what if you ran them at the same times of the week, but just 2 separate weeks? How do you determine why it worked Monday through Wednesday this week, but didn't work Monday through Wednesday this week?
I would challenge you to do 2 slightly different ads at the exact same time. If you're seeing that the same ad is working here and not working there, let's try 2 slightly different ads that run at the same time for the same amount of money, and then determine if one got more hits than the other. If not, it may be that 3rd week of the month, whichever one you got the call to action click on, really made an impact. And then I always need to do an ad the 3rd week of the month. But if you only got 1 click call to action, I still think there needs to be more work in the content and in the ask. Yeah, that is a good challenging question. Can somebody please take that microphone away from him?
I was doing another one.
Thank you so much. Anybody else?
Anything else online? We're good at the moment.
Good. Anybody else? Good. Oh, David had a question. Hold on. Of course, David has a question.
Yeah. So what about businesses that don't want to run ads? What do you suggest they do to get engagement that'll draw people to the website?
So create content that is interesting. And I know that's like, oh, duh, right? Of course. But create content that's interesting that can live on your website. Do you offer an ebook? Do you have services that you can give your advice? Can you do a video that is like a webinar, but you record it as a video where you're telling why somebody should do X, Y, Z, or how it is important? That needs to be a website augmentation. And social media, YouTube embed is great, Vimeo, whatever you like. But social media is just the organic way to move people to your website to get all your goodies, right? Don't think of social media as the place to put all my intelligence. This is the place to say, hey guys, I've got something interesting. Come on, let's go. Come with me, right? Because when they get on your website, and then you can hopefully capture their email address and send them additional interesting content, you've just built trust and value, and they're going to return over and over again, no matter what happens to Facebook. If Facebook imploded, what are you going to talk about?
So you would then want to keep producing on your site at some schedule.
Yes.
Engage on your site instead of finding on Facebook.
Yes, and this is a good point. Thank you for bringing that up, David. You're so good. If you feel like you have information that you want to give, advice that you want to give, go to the plan. A 4-page ebook of my advice, things that I have experienced, what I've been through. And you can produce a new one every month. You've got 12 ebooks at the end of the year, right? That's 12 times you can pull people into your website to say, this is what I know, this is how it can help you, this is my advice, right? Paid or unpaid, it's up to you. If you want to put them as a membership where they can't get your stuff unless they pay for it, right? But if you can start creating in that manner, now that ebook can be split into 4 or 5 blogs. Here's part 1 of advice I want to give you. Next week I'll have part 2. So you made your big content, your ebook, right? And now you're going to split it into little bitty blogs. And those blogs could have snippets come out for all your social media posts for the month. And before you know it, you've got your whole year done, right? But it does help to keep producing content. It's one of the things that is the most valuable as far as SEO and to build trust. What can you give people? They can pay for it. I'm not saying generously give them everything free, but what can you provide people as far as your intelligence, your experience, your information that's going to help them? So go big and then narrow it down. Krista, he's going to throw the mic at you if you want.
Can I just talk loud?
Yeah, please talk loud.
Okay, so I think I don't understand what an ebook is.
Okay.
So I love the concept of start big, break it into pieces for different tactics.
Mm-hmm.
But what's an ebook? Because
So-
that sounds like a book.
It is really just several pages. It doesn't have to be a whole book, but a topic that you feel like you can speak to. And I know with your professional services, you have a lot of those. Imagine you sit down and you plan your content pillars. all these things I want to talk about my business, or these are the problems I want to solve in my business. Each one of those could be a multi-page document that you could either give away for free. Thank you for your email address for signing up for my newsletter. I'm going to give you this ebook for free about leadership
So it's a few
skills.
pages.
Several pages. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think 6 is kind of the minimum. But that helps you because you're a content creator. You're giving information. It's great to pull the SEO from Google. People are going to search for documents that talk about leadership skills or whatever it is. And then you can take that big form content and break it into smaller ones and add video to it, add imagery to it, and disseminate that in any other platforms. Yes, ma'am.
So you do recommend giving something away to start to build or create an email list?
Yes.
Okay.
So email is king. And we did have a speaker who talked about email is the #1 app in the world. You don't think about it because you open it every day. You wake up in the morning, oh, what's my email? You don't typically wake up every day and say, what's happening on Facebook? You want to check your email and see if you're rushing out the door, right? So email is highly important. No matter what happens with social media, having an email list that you own and can control and can nurture is invaluable. Yeah. So I know you have clothing. So here are tips of how to style your clothing, right? Those are very valuable with photos that you've already used in your social media. So I'm not asking you to create additional content, but to utilize the content you already have in this form so that when somebody says, oh, I think I'll sign up, I'll see what she has to say. And then you give them all this great advice. And they're like, oh, she was awesome. She gave me all this stuff. Now I'm going to go look at her shop. Okay. Right? So I do recommend that strategy.
Thank you.
Chad.
That's a good one.
Okay.
Are you using AI at all to help with assist with visual content or text content?
I am using AI to assist with copy, not visual content. There's still rules that if you create an AI generated visual, you need to note that. And there are so many beautiful images already out there available for free. I don't feel the need to do that yet. But when I use AI to inspire copy for me, I have some clients that I've had for 7 years. So saying those same content pillars for 7 years, I'm a little like, I need some like freshness. So I'll ask AI for some ideas. None of them can be copy pasted exactly. They're not in the right voice, even if you tell it to do a casual female voice. None of them are ever in the right voice. They don't have the messaging exact, but they can give me ideas about adjectives or sentence structure that I hadn't thought of before. No, Dave, no.
You wanted questions.
I know. No, I'm saying no, Chad. Let David give me a Chad break. I'm just kidding.
So if you're not a regular producer of content and you don't want to have a regular schedule, how do you deal with that if somebody is interested in your content and they expect more, but you don't really have like a monthly or a weekly? Is it okay to do, here, I've got 5 pieces of content once, one every month, and then nothing for 6 months? Or I guess depending on the business, maybe it would.
I wouldn't recommend that for any business. So you got me interested. You're giving me advice. I get the next email and I open it and I'm like, oh, what's he got to say? Oh, next month. Oh, I get another. And then you ghost me. We're not dating anymore.
Is it ghosting though, or is just, I mean, if you only have so many things that you deal with and you're not looking to expand into different areas, would you just need to dive deeper into those areas? Or
so if you only did, let's say, 5 services, who in your community also does the services and how are you different, better than them? That's a whole set of things. What are you doing as a professional in the community that you can write something about? I attended Impact Week. These are the things that I learned. You've got me hooked on listening to your content. And if you don't give me anything after the 5 months, I don't know what happened. I'm like going to look you up in the obituaries. I'm going to wonder where you went. So creatively think about ways to do that. Just consider a podcast. If you're doing a podcast about financial services, wellness, whatever, they're still talking about saving, earning more, right? But they bring on guests. Same message if you boiled it down, but you bring in somebody new.
So once you commit to a certain schedule, you need to maintain it, and maybe a minor difference every once in a while, but.
And the algorithm will appreciate you being on a set schedule as well. You will get more organic growth if you're on a set schedule, continuing to use and put out original content.
But it could, after you've got your core content, you could just produce more content about what you are doing individually, like Impact Week, or I attended something in Tampa, or I was up in Atlanta for this, and add to your original core content.
Yes.
That you don't have to create a bunch of new stuff, as long as you're showing something that you're doing to improve your skills in some area.
Right, and consider that the industry is having a new research option, or someone just wrote an article that is what you do, but they wrote an article that there's some more content that you can reference and talk about. So, yes, sir.
Hey, Jackie, you know, the algorithm gives and it also takes away. How do you find the sweet spot when it comes to frequency, or not enough versus too much?
So if you have a lot of competition in your area, let's say you're a dry cleaner and there are a lot of dry cleaners here in Tallahassee or in most cities, the more you post that is different than what they post, you're going to get more accolades. You're going to get more engagement. If you have a business that nobody else has, you are the only person in Tallahassee that does this type of business, you don't need to post as much. However, I would challenge somebody that you have the only business in town. You should tell everybody about it. You don't have competition to draw from or critique. So the sweet spot is really going to be what's best for your business based on how much competition you're looking at. And I really highly recommend, if you can afford to do even a $10 ad twice a month, you will see so much more engagement. If you start to pay a little to pay to play, the engagement will really skyrocket.
And I guess if you dig in, you know, after you post, you know, whatever frequency on, you can dig into those metrics, and that's what you look for is
yes.
Because that will that tell you if you're posting too much or being punished if you post too much?
I don't know that anybody can post too much. I don't think anybody has the bandwidth to do that. Maybe if your business was about being an influencer, yeah. But yes, you can dig into the metrics and you can see which posts got a lot of engagement at what time of day, and I would recreate those. So I'm a big proponent in looking at the numbers, deciding what is working based on the numbers. You may do a video of you like walking out the door, hey, I'm really busy, I'll see you guys later, and it gets like unbelievable engagement. So let's recreate that. Hey, it's Thursday and I'm going out the door, right? Unbelievable engagement. So you've got to analyze what you've done. That's my time. Oh,
Can I ask one more question?
no.
Okay.
No, yes, of course you can.
So if you were going to open up a business in Tallahassee, targeted at Tallahassee consumers, what social media platform would you use?
Are you a brick and mortar?
Professional service.
Are you a brick and mortar?
Yes.
Do you have digital products or hard products?
No.
No, you just consult. You just
Yes.
go to people. Would you add some digital products?
Sure.
Okay. What was your original question? What platforms to use?
What platform?
Always LinkedIn, because it's professional services. You're not like a dog walker, and you know everyone who's in business needs to deal with that. I would do Facebook just for the grandioseness of it. You get a lot of audience there. Also Instagram, but honestly, I would stop it there, unless you enjoy writing a snippet about what you're doing and thought-provoking things, which X and Twitter, X/Twitter, the bird one.
And 3.
Yes, and 3, whatever it is. If you enjoy doing that, then Twitter would be great for you. But it is a lot to manage to do appropriately.
Thank you.
Yeah. Is that it? Thank you guys so much for letting me be here. I hope you learned something.
Well, thank you, Jackie, for all that. I know you guys threw some questions at her, and she handled them very well. Some of them I could not answer. So thank you for being here for Impact Week with Jackie Brown Consulting. There's information on the website how to get in touch with Jackie if you heard something that you want to continue the conversations. But we'll be back here in just a few minutes. We're going to take a short break here online, and we'll be back with Krista Campbell coming up in the Challenger Center Impact Dome.
difference?
So
because it doesn't.
Back up.
Is the other one recording?
Welcome back to the end of day 4 at Tallahassee's Impact Week. We couldn't be more excited for all the incredible events and the speakers that came throughout the day, including our participants who are here in person and live. So thank you for participating with all those incredible questions. I think you'll have some incredible events this afternoon. We have the event about the last 50 years of hip hop here in the planetarium, as well as a technology and art event crosstown, as well as my meet and greet for the new executive director at Ocovino. So definitely take a look at those events and see which ones, if not all of them, that you want to go to. So we look forward to seeing you there, and I'm excited for our next speaker, Alana.
Hey, good afternoon. It's Krista Campbell. Thanks for having me here at Impact Week. Good to see everyone in the audience today. I have the amazing spot of 4:30 on a Thursday with so many great things going on this afternoon in Tallahassee and tomorrow and this weekend. Definitely check it out. Again, my name is Krista Campbell. I just started my own company called Capstone Coaching and Consultant, and my goal is to be the leadership partner for Tallahassee businesses. After spending 25 years in the corporate world, I have decided to go out on my own and focus on my passion, which is inspiring and educating others to grow in management, leadership, professionally and personally. So thank you for having me. This is my second session at Impact Week, and I'm having a ball and meeting a lot of great new people. So thank you for having me again. So this afternoon, we are talking about employment engagement. And we are talking about the impact of employee engagement on your bottom line. So engagement is a hot topic. It is probably the most difficult hiring there we go. It's 4:30. Is it 5:30 somewhere? I'm already losing my brain. This is one of the most difficult hiring seasons of my career, I would say. It's tough to hire right now. We've been through so much over the past several years. Things are constantly changing, and we really need to figure out how to retain and engage our employees. It's such a key piece of leadership and owning a business, and a lot of times we don't think about it strategically. We think about it tactically, and that is not going to serve you in the long term. So we're going to talk about that today, and we're going to talk about some of the statistics, and we're going to talk about the impacts to bottom line, and we're going to talk about maybe the negative impacts to your bottom line, and then how it can really positively change it. So I'm going to challenge you guys as entrepreneurs, as you guys are partnering and growing and maybe hiring your first employees, as managers, how to retain and engage your employees, and as owners, how to develop a culture that empowers and engages a long-lasting staff. So let's talk through that today. So happy to get started. I know online chat, I think, is available. When we get to the end, they're going to look through the questions, and we will take questions from the audience here and online. So just pop them in the chat box, and we'll come back to you probably at the end, just to keep things flowing a little bit more smoothly. So feel free to pop your questions in the chat. So employment engagement. We are going to start with some of the statistics. All right, so I don't have my cheaters on. I am reading from my phone. I'm not watching YouTube. But some of these statistics are really important. So Gallup, which is an amazing tool, amazing statistic, amazing education, really focuses on this as one of its items of discussion, items of data gathering, and then really kind of how to improve employers. So some of this data is pretty eye-opening, especially as managers, right? This is so key for discussion right now as we're planning our 2024 budgets. So according to Gallup, engagement's real. It's persisting, and disengagement is growing, right? So let's talk about this. Some of the expectations or some of the items that they have really talked about are clarity of expectations. They're decreasing. The lack of clarity of expectations in the workplace is contributing to a lack of engagement. And these are confusing topics because, you know, if you think of engagement and expectations and those kinds of things, we all know most of us prefer that we don't want to be micromanaged, right? But we do want to understand what's expected of us. And finding that right balance of expectations is key. So we're going to talk through that. But part of the reason for disengagement is the lack of expectations or clarity of expectations. In addition, there is not a connection to the mission or purpose. Do I need this microphone?
No.
No? Okay. Does this connect it to the internet? Sorry, guys, online. I think everyone in this room can hear me. Is that okay? Am I getting nods? Okay. Sorry, I was holding one too many things and it was like messing me up. I only have two hands and the screen is behind me because we're having so much fun in the planetarium. Is that the right word?
Yes.
At the Challenger Learning Center. We're so happy to be here. And I was a little out of sorts because I was missing my third hand. So thank you for your patience. So engagement's declined. Again, the clarity of expectations is a huge problem, right? Connection to the mission or purpose of the company is huge for engagement, especially now and more than ever in 2023. Our new generations want to work for companies that believe in and support different things in our society, right? They want the opportunities to learn and grow, right? That's my passion. I just told you that. People want opportunities, not just to grow professionally, like on a track that they are on, but also kind of more widespread. And so what are we offering our employees to allow them professional and career growth? Also, the leadership and feedback and those things are shifting not to highlighting and trying to improve weaknesses, but highlighting and in trying to improve strengths. So giving our employees the opportunity to embrace and grow what they do best, right? So as managers, as owners, as department heads, We have the opportunity to look at our dedicated and loyal and engaged employees and say, what really makes them happy and how can I utilize their skills better and in a way that's going to engage them more and increase their production and the outcome to our business. So again, don't just focus on what they're not doing, highlight and grow and help fulfill the strengths that your employees have. And then feeling cared about at work. You know, we've definitely been through the last 5 years of a changing, caring type, you know, environment, more flexibility, and all these things. And it's not just about the flexibility, but it's about a sense of belonging and a sense of respect, right? So how people feel. Okay, time is of the essence, right? So let's talk about this. Productivity is declining year over year. Why? Engagement's declining, right? Look at it. Here's some statistics from Ernst & Young. And these are recent, right? It's declining at its fastest pace in, 75 years? What do we have to say about that? We have a choice, right? According to Gallup, this year in February, if you look at your employees, 33% are actively engaged. 33. 16 are what? Actively unengaged, disengaged. Holy cow. What does that mean? How much is that costing us? We're going to get to that, right? And then all of this goes down to how hard is it to hire? And we don't want to be in this position, right? And I'm not going to go through these statistics at the bottom. It's hard to hire. And if you have good employees, you need to do everything you can to retain them and keep them engaged. So we're going to talk about that today. How do we keep them engaged? Before we get to that, we're going to talk about why does this matter? Okay. Lack of engagement is expensive. And we're going to talk about some things that you might not consider in terms of lack engagement, right? So if we're talking about 33% are actively engaged, 16% are actively disengaged, 51%, what are they doing? Right? They're showing up. They're getting by. They probably aren't giving, the 33 plus 16% are probably not giving your clients the best customer service. Are they going to come back and see you? Are they really taking advantage of an 8-hour workday? Are they putting even in if they have an 8-hour workday, are you getting 4 hours of work out of them? And this isn't about bringing down the hammer of who's working and who's not, babysitting computers and seeing who's on social media and all that stuff. This is about you and how you are managing your culture and how you are engaging with your teams. So let's talk about this. This is expensive. How so? Again, you spend money on wages and salary, on top of that benefits, vacation days, right? If you're not focused on making sure that your employees are engaged, what are you going to have? You're going to have a lack of production, right? You're going to have resource waste in terms of, employees' salaries. You're going to be paying for licenses that you don't need. There's all these things that happen and compile that you have to think about how much you're wasting if you're not spending the time on engaging your employees in the right way. And I'm not pointing fingers. I have been there. We are so busy right now running our companies, running our departments, keeping up with our jobs, keeping up with life. But if you think about how much you possibly could be wasting because you're not engaged, you should rechannel some of that energy to figure out how to engage your staff, right? So you've got waste on some of those things.
What else does that cause? Unengaged employees are also can be the root of a lot of what? Management frustration, right? Increase in HR issues. They're not happy. They're late. They're not showing up. They're not meeting deadlines. All kinds of things, right? They're complaining. Guess what? If you're happy, are you going to be complaining? Yes. If you're happy and engaged and working on projects and working in a culture that really kind of promotes energy, you're not going to want to complain, right? You're going to want to contribute to the bottom line. So you got to think about that, all that. Not only that, but if your employees aren't engaged, and this is, we as a society are also really good at this. We don't ask why people aren't happy until they resign. At that point, it's too late, right? The statistics of giving someone a little bit more money to keep them on after they've resigned, look up the statistics. The statistics say they're probably not going to stay with you much longer anyway, right? You've already lost it. So that is not how to manage a really fulfilling and engaged staff. What you want to do is get out in front of it, understand what your employees want, how to engage them, what motivates them, instead of asking at the end. So they resign, and what happens, right? It's hard to hire. So you have to pay money to post jobs. Other people have to then pick up the weight because someone's left, because they're not engaged. The people that are picking up the weight are burning out. Things are falling through the cracks. The customer service suffers a little bit. Your execution suffers a little bit. You don't have the time to grow because you have open positions. That's expensive. That is amazingly expensive. On top of that, it's hard to hire. You've got to also hire. You know, you've got to interview, rounds and rounds of interviews, rounds and rounds of different opportunities to use social media. I'm pointing at Jackie Brown from Jackie Brown Consulting, who just talked about social media. You can use that to hire. But if you're placing ads, that costs money. If you're having to hire a recruiter, holy cow, recruiting fees are what, 15, 20, 25% of first year salary? It's expensive. So I want you as employers and managers to stop and think about the cost of how much it's impacting your bottom line because you're not taking the time to ensure that your employees are engaged. Oh, did I go back? Okay, so let's flip it. Let's talk about the positive benefits and the impact to your bottom line of engaged employees, right? If you have employees that are engaged, so we're talking about, what did I say? The 33 or 16%? The 33 who are engaged, those are your superstars, right? Those are the ones that are thinking about, how can I make this better? Those are the ones that wake up in the morning and want to come to work and want to contribute to what? Your company, your department, your team, right? Those are the ones with the creative minds that are sitting around the table thinking of the next best thing that you're going to sell or do and how to make it better. And all that does what, right? Less waste. All that and innovation leads to profits, profitability. Engaging your employees makes them more productive, in some cases highly productive, leads to their growth, which means to your growth, keeps them loyal, right? Again, reducing that unnecessary cost of employee churn, of recruiting and open spot fees, all those things. And so you just have to think about that.
think about, there's so much conversation about remote versus in the office versus hybrid, all those things. And it's so across the board. I can't even have an opinion on it because there is no right or wrong answer globally or even industry wide, because it all comes down to your organization. And when you have an innovative team, or I'll say this, the most fun that I've had professionally is working with groups of people on growth in areas that we had control over to drive and grow and collaborate. We were not in it for the money. We were in it for the fun and the challenge, and or to solve efficiencies, or to eliminate problems. Those are fun. And I'll say, in fact, recently I traveled to Indianapolis to spend a long weekend with 3 former coworkers that, I worked with 5 years ago on a huge project that, we had a blast doing together. And this is not a group of people that we had all these things in common personally. In fact, we live in 4 different states. But the connection of working with an engaged team and a productive team and a team that is surrounded by a culture that empowers and focuses on growth and focuses on what's best for everyone is really a remarkable place to be. So just think about that as you think about how do I channel my energy in leadership, in management, over in preparation for 2024 to make them know or try to ensure that they know or, that they're engaged. Okay, so remember this. This is the slide from before, right? So what can we do? What impact can you have on your employee engagement? And even if you're a manager, you can have impact on this, right? You don't have to be an owner. You don't have to be in the C-suite. It's better if you have the cultural umbrella of this. But I've also seen organizations where you can have great drivers in certain departments, and then what? People start looking at you. What's going on over there? How are they doing it, and how are they so happy, right? They like coming to work. What's going on over there, right? It can be contagious, right? So let's talk about this. This is one of the first slides we showed, and why people are disengaged, right? So how do we handle that, right? You just think through the solutions, right? Can you help define expectations and instill accountability? Yes, people want accountability. Google it. Look at the younger generations. They want to know what's expected of them, and they want to be held accountable. And I'm not talking about huge swings and huge projects. Every little step counts, right? I love sometimes going back to my paper tasks, my paper to-do list, and I get extremely fulfilled every time I put a little check mark with my pencil, right? That's very fulfilling to people. So just define expectations. And then also I want to say anything we talk about here, you can flip it around. If you're an employee, you can flip this around to your manager and say, hey, listen, I really want to make sure I'm meeting your expectations. This is what I'm focused on this week. Does this meet your expectations, right? Because you might not have a manager that's that engaged. So then I challenge you to take that into your control and say, hey, these are my expectations. This is what I plan to do. Does this meet your expectations? If not, tell me what to do, right? And try to drive your own engagement. That sounds kind of counterintuitive, but it can work, right? So the second one was, employees are missing a connection and purpose. I was on a panel earlier at FSU with someone who works with it for a national company. She's worked for them for 3 years. She's finishing up her MBA, and it was remarkable, right? The company that she works for and started interning with and now works for is getting her MBA. It was like the poster of an engaged employee. It was so refreshing. And it was connection, professional development, career development, social awareness and support in all these different areas that she believes in. And just that collaborative, really supportive approach. And it was really kind of refreshing to see that because a lot of times we're so focused on the numbers of the bottom line and sales and profit, we forget about our employees. And there's a lot of quotes and articles on LinkedIn about keep your employees happy and that'll make your customers happy. And I will say, if you think about it, stop and think about it for 10 seconds. If you have a happy employee dealing with customers and you have a not so happy employee dealing with customers, who's going to sell more? So it's worth the investment to think about how to engage employees, right? So we've talked about most of this stuff already. And I will say, as a leader, former executive, we have an opportunity to get out of the box. Don't sell yourself short by not getting out of the box. If you have an employee that shows up every day, who's high energy, that's loyal, who's got motivation, and they're in a job that maybe they're really great at 75% of it, but they just can't grasp 25% of it, and you've given them all the tools and training that they need to do better, and they just don't grasp it, right? We can't do it all. Like, there's just some of those things. There's things that I couldn't do. There's things you couldn't pay me to do because I know I suck at it and could not, do it right. Like contract management. I'm not a contract writer, right? So I'm really great at 70%, 75% of my job. Then change their job, right? Change their job description. Don't be scared to stay with the same job description you've had for the last 10 years. They're great at all these other things. Give them more of that. Take the other stuff off and give it to someone else who likes that other stuff, right? Or they're in the accounting department and they're really good at analytics. Allow them the opportunity to move into a different role. Support them, because there's nothing more valuable than an engaged employee. The loyalty, we'll go back a couple of slides, right? Their creativeness, the innovativeness, their opportunity to drive efficiencies. So just think about that. Don't get stuck in the box of we've never done that before, or I can't do that. Take advantage of engaged employee. Okay. What impact can you have? So again, I lost my slide here on my cheat sheet phone. Okay. So, does anyone else sing in the song, Should I Stay or Should I Go? Or maybe we were talking about what's going on later with the 50 years of hip hop here, and all I could think about was hip hop hooray. Oh, so now I'm thinking, should I stay or should I go? And I won't sing that for you. Okay, so let's get off the Gallup poll and get off those bullets, because we talked about those and how we can change those. There's something I want to talk about that I think is incredibly valuable. It's called a stay interview. And that comes from, should I stay or should I go, right? A stay interview is, this is what you should do before people quit, right? So there's articles everywhere about stay interviews. I have an Excel spreadsheet with probably 100 stay interview questions, and I pick out 8 when I'm working with clients that are relatable to that client. A stay interview is a short, casual conversation with employees that just asks
questions like, and it has to be safe, right? So if you're an intimidating manager, you're not the one who should be conducting stay interviews, right? It might be HR, it might be a consultant, but a stay interview has to be in a safe zone, because if an employee or whoever you're talking to is not going to open up to you, they're irrelevant, right? But let's just say you're an approachable person, you want to have a stay interview with employees. You talk about, ask them simple questions like, hey, what do you think is the most successful thing you've done over the past, year? What would you wanted more help with in the past year? What motivates you? What demotivates you? What are your short-term goals? What are your long-term goals? There's all these questions that you can ask that are not necessarily that you're not necessarily asking them for the answer. You're asking them to understand how they answer it, right? So if you ask someone what motivates you, and believe it or not, this might surprise some of you, there's a lot of people that are not motivated by money. I'm not motivated by money, right? Right now in my life, I am motivated by pursuing my passion. So don't take that for granted. So ask people what they're motivated, right? Some people are motivated by working 9 to 5, and that's it. They want to work 9 to 5. They don't want to take any stress home, and they don't want any career growth. That's the point. That's fine. But now you know that. You asked, right? Some people are motivated by professional growth. And so you need to know that. Some people are motivated by understanding expectations, and they want to have a one-on-one with their manager every week. If that's a good employee, then make that happen, right? That could be your next director. It could be your next C-level employee. It could be your successor, right? Some people don't want that. Some people don't want to be on stage. Some people don't want to be recognized. Some people, someone told me recently they quit. They told their employee, I think this was right, that they did not like to be singled out. And guess what? They bought him a birthday cake and sang him happy birthday. They quit. Some people don't like to be in uncomfortable situations. So if you ask, what motivates you? How do you like to be managed? What don't you like about my management style? Or things like that. You just have the answers. Some people might tell you, hey, I'm moving to Dallas in 2 years because, my spouse is going to start a PhD program. Awesome. That's great. You need those employees. But guess what? Now you know, and you need to prepare for that departure in 2 years. And you need to make sure you've got another engaged employee right behind them, right? So you can use that as a strategic tool. So there's things you can learn and that you can pivot, right, to use towards engagement and culture. And there's things that you can learn too. What's important to your team? Do they really want more 401k contribution? Do they really want more vacation? Do they really want to work flexibility? Do they want different coffee? I mean, people are motivated by different things, and by having a casual, safe conversation, you can learn those things. You just have to sit down and ask, right? All right. So some of the other things. Encourage collaboration. I feel like I shouldn't even have to say this. It happens all the time in the workplace, right? We're jealous. We don't want to share because someone else is going to succeed above me. We're siloed. I don't understand it, right? We're all there at the same company to work towards hopefully a same goal. If every employee was there and engaged and working toward the same goal in collaborating and sharing, then what? The company hopefully is doing better, right? Because we're constructive and conducive to feedback. And you take all that information and you can move forward. If we're working against each other, how does that help us? right? So foster that collaboration. Have meaningful conversations. Take the time to get to know people. And I'm not saying be friends, I'm saying be friendly. Show you care. It doesn't have to be every day, but like, ask them about something, about, what's going on, and recognize them in a way that's meaningful to them. That's also goes back to that stay interviews. Mental health in the workplace is really big right now. In fact, I think it was Tuesday or Monday, I had 2 different people said, hey, can you do a presentation on mental health in the workplace? It's big. It's really big. So you got to focus on wellness. And it's not just about the wellness plan. I mean, I've been a part of companies that roll out amazing wellness plans, and they're duds because you really have to get the culture behind it and have fun with it. 20 years ago, I worked with a company, or 25. Man, we used to all go out into the Relay for Life and grill and walk and do 5Ks and all kinds of stuff. That was fun. That was engaging for community, with family, all these things, and focus on wellness. And that's also great for mental wellness, right? Mental health. Make sure you focus on burnout and balance, or lack of burnout, but focus on balance. How to make sure your employees are okay. And listen, managers, you have to understand. They're going to tell you what they want to hear if they feel like you're pressuring them, right? They are. So you have to make sure that you understand. If employee is working way too much, they're probably not going to complain to you in some cases if they feel like they are holding up the company. So you have to understand and engage with people, connect with people in such a way where they're going to feel safe saying, yes, I can take vacation. And that does not mean take vacation with your laptop in your hotel room and cell phone while your family's at the pool, okay? That's not fair. That is not allowing that break, right? So focus on all these things. That helps create an engaged workforce. Okay, so engagement's key. And as a manager and a leader, you have a choice, right? You have a choice. What I like to talk about in all the leadership sessions that I do, the ones focused just on leadership, on communication and conversation, expectations and accountability, customer service, whatever it is about, it's all about your approach, right? We have choices. And our choice as leaders, as managers, especially, needs to be an employee investment. Investing in your employees will help you have engaged employees if you understand how the employees want to be invested in. And some of this stuff is difficult. We've talked about getting outside the box, right? We have managers or CEOs who aren't fluffy or don't like to connect with people, or they're very direct. You have to have a balance on your management team, on your leadership team. If you're not good at that stuff, hire an amazing X, whatever it is, right? HR manager, assistant, operations person, marketing person, someone who's going to facilitate these things that we've talked about today, right? But you have a choice. If you make the choice not to invest in your employees and not to invest in the engagement of employees, it's going to cost you a lot of money and lack of production, and innovation and opportunity. If you go back and I've never done this, but I know that a lot of the most successful inventions or initiatives or apps or whatever have been created by employees, not leaders. Just imagine if those employees were not engaged. And also now, look what's happening in the news about people from huge companies that have been let go or whatever, who are now becoming competitors and kind of taking over their previous companies. So just think about that. And how I want to end this is to say, oh, maybe that's not on this slide, but progress, not perfection, is what I wanted to say, right? Progress, not perfection. It's not a light switch. It's a culture change. And you have to make the choice to get out of the grind and to focus on employee engagement now more than ever, because it's more important than ever because of our hiring issues and because of our generational changes. If you don't try, you'll never know. And all I'm saying is give it a shot. I think we have some time for questions. Yeah, so we have a few minutes for questions. Love to take some questions from the audience, and I think we'll look online.
Do we have some questions back here?
So, how does an employer initiate a stay interview, and like how often should they do that?
So it really depends on the culture of the company. So I'll give you an example of one of the things that I have done in the past. Took on a new job, had a large department, 40 to 50 people underneath me. I made it a choice as a new and incoming manager to sit down one-on-one with every person in my division and have these questions. I paid attention to them. I listened to them. I made eye contact with them. I wrote some notes and I kept them. And I will say, and so I did it at the get-go of when I took on a new department. And I'll tell you, there's a lot of things I learned about people, right? There's some people who just really kind of who'd been in the same position for 10 years, wanted no opportunity for growth, and just wanted to do a great job every day. Totally fine. I knew the people that wanted to grow and move into different divisions or move up. And so that way I helped plan to give them projects that helped them in their progression. It also, though, gave me the opportunity to use that as tools to help them improve and engage on a day-to-day basis. Hey, remember when we talked a couple months ago? You told me you really wanted to get into leadership. If you do that, you've got to lead by example. So these are some of the things you need to think about, right? How are you treating your coworkers on a day-to-day basis? Are you showing up to work on time? I really need you to lead by example if you want to grow. I'm going to help you grow, but you got to make the choice first, right? So in this case, I did it early, but you can also say, January 1 or December 1 or July 1, you can just also say, hey, we're going to have someone come do stay interviews. Or you can just make it a choice. The thing about it is, and I'm going to put my HR hat on for a second here, is you have to do it consistently if you're going to make it a formal process. If you have superstars, then just make it a casual conversation. But what's remarkable about some of these things, when you look back a couple years and someone sitting in front of you and they've been in that position for 10 years and they didn't want to grow, and then you see a spark, right? You see a spark and you look back at your notes 2 years ago. I'm pretty sure this person said they don't want to grow. They have no intention of growing. They don't want to lead anybody. They've been now in a different kind of culture for months or a couple years, and the spark's coming. As a leader, that's one of the most amazing things that you can encounter is changing someone's life, right? Is showing that spark in leadership because you're engaging them in the right way. Hopefully that answered your question. Anytime, right? Formal or not formal. If it's going to be formal, be consistent. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Let me add one more thing. Don't do it if you're not going to use the information, because you're only going to make the situation worse, right? If you're going to ask the questions and your employees come back with answers and you ignore them, then you're ignoring them and they know it and it's going to backfire. Sorry.
No, so online, got one question here. So someone said they enjoyed the content and thank you for, they say thank you. But they made time to view this online because of their busy schedule. This is a small business owner. They made time to do this, but where can they get more content from you? Like they enjoyed obviously the free content, and they may not be quite committed. They're saying to, you know, figuring out what it costs for your services, but how do they continue to get their? They're asking how they get prioritized before they can come to or be prepared for a service such as yours.
Okay. So I think I understand the question. So, and I think what I'm hearing from you is someone from a Tallahassee business. And that's really my focus, right? My focus, I'm so tired of my computer. I worked for national, international companies for the last 15, 20 years. And I really love this being both online and face-to-face. But my focus right now is serving Tallahassee businesses. And my focus right now is pursuing my passion. So I will say that my services and my model right now is to support that. So I will say that I'm not out of reach for new and growing businesses. I also have, so you can contact me. I think I'm online. My information is on the screen. That is my website, capstonecc.com. And I would just encourage you to call me if you want services. I do have a December kind of leadership series that's going on. That's very affordable. It's 6 sessions on 6 different content pillars. Leadership, conversation and communication for effectiveness and outcomes, expectations and accountability, those types of things. This is a small roundtable. These are great sessions. It's in Midtown, so the information is online. And I will say it's affordable to answer that question, right? Talk to me in 5 years when I'm not focused on work-life balance. And I might get out a little bit more, but right now I really, really want to make a difference in Tallahassee. And so I love things like Impact Week, where we can get out at no charge things because this makes a difference. And it is my passion. So I love to have these conversations. So just call me for coffee. I think we hit our time.
Any other questions? Awesome. Thank you, Krista, so much. We really enjoyed it. Thanks. So we've got a lot more happening this evening. Please check the schedule. I think there's 3 or 4 events even just in this next hour, starting at 5:30. So stay tuned or come on up here and join the hip hop fun. Thanks so much for joining us.